Section 16 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Wright MABIE. Section 16. The Argonauts, Part 1. How the Centaur Trained the Heroes on Pelion. I have told you of a hero who fought with wild beasts and with wild men. But now I have a tale of heroes who sailed away into a distant land to win themselves renown forever in the adventure of the Golden Fleece. Whither they sailed, my children, I cannot clearly tell. It all happened long ago, so long that it has all grown dim, like a dream which you dreamed last year. And why they went, I cannot tell. Some say that it was to win gold. It may be so. But the noblest deeds which have been done on earth have not been done for gold. It was not for the sake of gold that the Lord came down and died, and the apostles went out to preach the good news in all lands. The Spartans looked for no reward in money when they fought and died at Thermopylae. And Socrates the wise asked no pay from his countrymen, but lived poor and barefoot all his days, only caring to make men good. And there are heroes in our days also, who do noble deeds, but not for gold. Our discoverers did not go to make themselves rich, when they sailed out, one after another, into the dreary frozen seas. Nor did the ladies who went out last year to drudge in the hospitals of the East, making themselves poor, that they might be rich in noble works. And young men, too, whom you know, children, and some of them your own kin, did not say to themselves, "How much money shall I earn?" when they went out to the war, leaving wealth and comfort and a pleasant home and all that money can give, to face hunger and thirst and wounds and death, that they might fight for their country and their queen. No, children, there is a better thing on earth than wealth, a better thing than life itself, and that is to have done something before you die, for which good men may honor you, and God your Father smile upon your work. Therefore we will believe, why should we not, of these same Argonauts of old, that they too were noble men, who planned and did a noble deed, and that therefore their fame has lived, and been told in story and in song, mixed up, no doubt, with dreams and fables, yet true and right at heart. So we will honor these old Argonauts, and listen to their story as it stands, and we will try to be like them, each of us in our place, for each of us has a golden fleece to seek, and a wild sea to sail over ere we reach it, and dragons to fight ere it be ours. And what was that first golden fleece? I do not know, nor care. The old Hellenes said that it hung in Colchis, which we call the Circassian coast, nailed to a beech tree in the war god's wood, and that it was the fleece of the wondrous ram, who bore Phrixus and Hell across the Euxine Sea. For Phrixus and Hell were the children of the cloud nymph, and of Athamas the Minuan king. And when a famine came upon the land, their cruel stepmother, Ino, wished to kill them, that her own children might reign, and said that they must be sacrificed on an altar to turn away the anger of the gods. So the poor children were brought to the altar, and the priest stood ready with his knife, when, out of the clouds, came the golden ram, and took them on his back and vanished. Then madness came upon that foolish king Athamas, and ruin upon Ino and her children. For Athamas killed one of them in his fury, and Ino fled from him with the other in her arms, and leaped from a cliff into the sea, and was changed into a dolphin, such as you have seen, which wanders over the waves forever sighing, with its little one clasped to its breast. But the people drove out King Athamas, because he had killed his child, and he roamed about in his misery, till he came to the oracle in Delphi. And the oracle told him that he must wander for his sin, till the wild beasts should feast him as their guest. So he went on in hunger and sorrow for many a weary day, till he saw a pack of wolves. The wolves were tearing a sheep, but when they saw Athamas, they fled, and left the sheep for him, and he ate of it, and then he knew that the oracle was fulfilled at last. So he wandered no more, but settled, and built a town, and became a king again. But the ram carried the two children far away, over land and sea, till he came to the Thracian Chersonese, and there Hell fell into the sea. So those narrow straits are called Hellespont, after her, and they bear that name until this day. Then the ram flew on with Phrixus to the northeast across the sea which we call the Black Sea now, but the Hellenes called it Euxine. And at last, they say, he stopped at Colchis, on the steep Circassian coast, and there Phrixus married Chalciope, the daughter of Aeetes the king, and offered the ram in sacrifice, and Aeetes nailed the ram's fleece to a beech in the grove of Ares the war god. And after a while Phrixus died and was buried, but his spirit had no rest, for he was buried far from his native land and the pleasant hills of Hellas. So he came in dreams to the heroes of the Minuai, and called sadly by their beds, "Come and set my spirit free, that I may go home to my fathers and to my kinsfolk, and the pleasant Minuan land." And they asked, "How shall we set your spirit free?" "You must sail over the sea to Colchis, and bring home the golden fleece, and then my spirit will come back with it, and I shall sleep with my fathers and have rest." He came thus, and called to them often, but when they woke they looked at each other and said, "Who dare sail to Colchis, or bring home the golden fleece?" And in all the country none was brave enough to try it, for the man and the time were not come. Phrixus had a cousin called Æson, who was king in Iolcus by the sea. There he ruled over the rich Minuan heroes, as Athamas his uncle ruled in Boeotia. And like Athamas, he was an unhappy man, for he had a step-brother named Peleus, of whom some said that he was a nymph's son, and there were dark and sad tales about his birth. When he was a babe, he was cast out on the mountains, and a wild mare came by and kicked him. But a shepherd, passing, found the baby, with its face all blackened by the blow, and took him home, and called him Peleus, because his face was bruised and black. And he grew up fierce and lawless, and did many a fearful deed. And at last he drove out Æson his step-brother, and then his own brother Neleus, and took the kingdom to himself, and ruled over the rich Minuan heroes in Iolcus by the sea. And Æson, when he was driven out, went sadly away out of the town, leading his little son by the hand, and he said to himself, "I must hide the child in the mountains, or Peleus will surely kill him, because he is the heir." So he went up from the sea, across the valley, through the vineyards and the olive groves, and across the torrent of Anoros, toward Pelion the ancient mountain, whose brows are white with snow. He went up and up into the mountain over marsh and crag, and down, till the boy was tired and footsore, and Æson had to bear him in his arms, till he came to the mouth of a lonely cave, at the foot of a mighty cliff. Above the cliff the snow wreaths hung, dripping and cracking in the sun. But at its foot, around the cave's mouth, grew all fair flowers and herbs, as if in a garden, ranged in order each sort by itself. There they grew gaily in the sunshine and the spray of the torrent from above, while from the cave came the sound of music and a man's voice singing to the harp. Then Æson put down the lad and whispered, "Fear not, but go in, and whomsoever you shall find, lay your hands upon his knees, and say, 'In the name of Zeus, the father of gods and men, I am your guest from this day forth.'" Then the lad went in without trembling, for he too was a hero's son. But when he was within, he stopped in wonder to listen to that magic song. And there he saw the singer lying upon bearskins and fragrant boughs. Chiron, the ancient centaur, the wisest of all things beneath the sky. Down to the waist he was a man, but below he was a noble horse. His white hair rolled down over his broad shoulders, and his white beard over his broad brown chest, and his eyes were wise and mild, and his forehead like a mountain wall. And in his hands he held a harp of gold, and struck it with a golden key, and as he struck he sang till his eyes glittered and filled all the cave with light. And he sang of the birth of time, and of the heavens and the dancing stars, and of the ocean and the ether and the fire and the shaping of the wondrous earth. And he sang of the treasures of the hills, and the hidden jewels of the mine, and the veins of fire and metal, and the virtues of all healing herbs, and of the speech of birds, and of prophecy, and of hidden things to come. Then he sang of health and strength and manhood, and of valiant heart, and of music and hunting and wrestling, and all the games which heroes love, and of travel and wars and sieges, and a noble death in fight. And then he sang of peace and plenty, and of equal justice in the land. And as he sang, the boy listened wide-eyed, and forgot his errand in the song. And at last old Chiron was silent, and called the lad with a soft voice. And the lad ran trembling to him, and would have laid his hands upon his knees. But Chiron smiled, and said, "Call hither your friend Æson, for I know you, and all that has befallen, and saw you both afar in the valley, even before you left the town." Then Æson came in sadly, and Chiron asked him, "Why came you not yourself to me, Æson the Æolid?" And Æson said, "I thought Chiron will pity the lad if he sees him come alone, and I wished to try whether he was fearless, and dare venture like a hero's son. But now, I entreat you by Father Zeus, let the boy be your guest till better times, and train him among the sons of the heroes, that he may avenge his father's house." Then Chiron smiled, and drew the lad to him, and laid his hand upon his golden locks, and said, "Are you afraid of my horse's hoofs, fair boy, or will you be my pupil from this day?" "I would gladly have horse's hoofs like you, if I could sing such songs as yours." And Chiron laughed, and said, "Sit here by me till sundown, when your playfellows will come home, and you shall learn like them to be a king, worthy to rule over gallant men." Then he turned to Æson, and said, "Go back in peace, and bend before the storm like a prudent man. This boy shall not cross the Anaurus again, till he has become a glory to you and to the house of Æolus." And Æson wept over his son, and went away. But the boy did not weep, so full was his fancy of that strange cave, and the centaur, and his song, and the playfellows whom he was to see. Then Chiron put the lyre into his hands, and taught him how to play it, till the sun sank low behind the cliff, and a shout was heard outside. And then in came the sons of the heroes, Aeneas and Heracles and Peleus, and many another mighty name. And great Chiron leapt up joyfully, and his hoofs made the cave resound, as they shouted, "Come out, Father Chiron! Come out and see our game!" And one cried, "I have killed 2 deer," and another, "I took a wildcat among the crags." And Heracles dragged a wild goat after him by its horns, for he was as huge as a mountain crag. And Aeneas carried a bear cub under each arm, and laughed when they scratched and bit, for neither tooth nor steel could wound him. And Chiron praised them all, each according to his deserts. Only one walked apart and silent, Asclepius the too wise child, with his bosom full of herbs and flowers, and round his wrist a spotted snake. He came with downcast eyes to Chiron, and whispered how he had watched the snake cast his old skin and grow young again before his eyes, and how he had gone down into a village in the vale, and cured a dying man with a herb which he had seen a sick goat eat. And Chiron smiled, and said, "To each Athenian Apollo gives some gift, and each is worthy in his place. But to this child they have given an honor beyond all honors, to cure while others kill." Then the lads brought in wood, and split it, and lighted a blazing fire. And others skinned the deer, and quartered them, and set them to roast before the fire. And while the venison was cooking, they bathed in the snow torrent, and washed away the dust and sweat. And then all ate till they could eat no more, for they had tasted nothing since the dawn, and drank of the clear spring water, for wine is not fit for growing lads. And when the remnants were put away, they all lay down upon the skins and leaves about the fire, and each took the lyre in turn, and sang and played with all his heart. And after a while they all went out to a plot of grass at the cave's mouth, and there they boxed and ran and wrestled and laughed till the stones fell from the cliffs. Then Chiron took his lyre, and all the lads joined hands, and as he played they danced to his measure, in and out, and round and round. There they danced hand in hand, till the night fell over land and sea, while the black glen shone with their broad white limbs, and the gleam of their golden hair. And the lad danced with them, delighted, and then slept a wholesome sleep, upon fragrant leaves of bay, and myrtle, and marjoram, and flowers of thyme, and rose at the dawn, and bathed in the torrent, and became a schoolfellow to the heroes' sons, and forgot Iolcus, and his father, and all his former life. But he grew strong, and brave, and cunning upon the pleasant downs of Pelion, in the keen, hungry mountain air, and he learnt to wrestle, and to box, and to hunt, and to play upon the harp. And next he learnt to ride, for old Chiron used to mount him on his back, and he learnt the virtues of all herbs, and how to cure all wounds. And Chiron called him Jason the healer, and that is his name until this day. End of section 16. Recording by David Martin. Section 17 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 17. The Argonauts, Part 2. How Jason Lost His Sandal in Anauros. And 10 years came and went, and Jason was grown to be a mighty man. Some of his fellows were gone, and some were growing up by his side. Asclepius was gone into Peloponnese, to work his wondrous cures on men, and some say he used to raise the dead to life. And Heracles was gone to Thebes, to fulfill those famous labors which have become a proverb among men. And Peleus had married a sea nymph, and his wedding is famous to this day. And Aeneas was gone home to Troy, and many a noble tale you will read of him, and of all the other gallant heroes, the scholars of Chiron the Just. And it happened on a day that Jason stood on the mountain, and looked north and south, and east and west. And Chiron stood by him, and watched him, for he knew that the time was come. And Jason looked, and saw the plains of Thessaly, where the Lapithae breed their horses, and the lake of Boibe, and the stream which runs northward to Peneus and Tempe. And he looked north, and saw the mountain wall which guards the Magnesian shore, Olympus, the seat of the immortals, and Ossa, and Pelion where he stood. Then he looked east, and saw the bright blue sea, which stretched away forever toward the dawn. Then he looked south, and saw a pleasant land, with white-walled towns and farms, nestling along the shore of a land-locked bay, while the smoke rose blue among the trees, and he knew it for the bay of Pagasai, and the rich lowlands of Haemonia, and Iolcos by the sea. Then he sighed, and asked, "Is it true what the heroes tell me, that I am heir of that fair land?" "And what good would it be to you, Jason, if you were heir of that fair land?" "I would take it and keep it." "A strong man has taken it, and kept it long. Are you stronger than Peleus the Terrible?" "I can try my strength with his," said Jason. But Chiron sighed, and said, "You have many a danger to go through before you rule in Iolcos by the sea. Many a danger, and many a woe, and strange troubles in strange lands, such as man never saw before." "The happier I," said Jason, "to see what man never saw before." And Chiron sighed again, and said, "The eaglet must leave the nest when it is fledged. Will you go to Iolcos by the sea? Then promise me 2 things before you go." Jason promised, and Chiron answered, "Speak harshly to no soul whom you may meet, and stand by the word which you shall speak." Jason wondered why Chiron asked this of him, but he knew that the centaur was a prophet, and saw things long before they came. So he promised, and leaped down the mountain to take his fortune like a man. He went down through the arbutus thickets, and across the downs of thyme, till he came to the vineyard walls, and the pomegranates and the olives in the glen, and among the olives roared Anauros, all foaming with a summer flood. And on the bank of Anauros sat a woman, all wrinkled gray and old. Her head shook palsied on her breast, and her hands shook palsied on her knees. And when she saw Jason, she spoke, whining, "Who will carry me across the flood?" Jason was bold and hasty, and was just going to leap into the flood. And yet he thought twice before he leapt, so loud roared the torrent down, all brown from the mountain rains, and silver veined with melting snow, while underneath he could hear the boulders rumbling like the tramp of horsemen or the roll of wheels, as they ground along the narrow channel, and shook the rocks on which he stood. But the old woman whined all the more, "I am weak and old, fair youth. For Hera's sake, carry me over the torrent." And Jason was going to answer her scornfully, when Chiron's words came into his mind. So he said, "For Hera's sake, the queen of the immortals on Olympus, I will carry you over the torrent, unless we are both drowned midway." Then the old dame leaped upon his back as nimbly as a goat, and Jason staggered in, wondering, and the first step was up to his knees. The first step was up to his knees, and the second step was up to his waist, and the stones rolled about his feet, and his feet slipped about the stones, so he went on staggering and panting, while the old woman cried from off his back, "Fool, you have wet my mantle! Do you make game of poor old souls like me?" Jason had half a mind to drop her, and let her get through the torrent by herself. But Cheiron's words were in his mind, and he said only, "Patience, mother, the best horse may stumble some day." At last he staggered to the shore, and set her down upon the bank. And a strong man he needed to have been, or that wild water he never would have crossed. He lay panting a while upon the bank, and then leapt up to go upon his journey. But he cast one look at the old woman, for he thought, "She should thank me once, at least." And as he looked, she grew fairer than all women, and taller than all men on earth, and her garments shone like the summer sea, and her jewels like the stars of heaven, and over her forehead was a veil woven of the golden clouds of sunset, and through the veil she looked down on him, with great soft heifer's eyes, with great eyes mild and awful, which filled the glen with light. And Jason fell upon his knees, and hid his face between his hands. And she spoke, "I am the Queen of Olympus, Hera, the wife of Zeus. As thou hast done to me, so will I do to thee. Call on me in the hour of need, and try if the immortals can forget." And when Jason looked up, she rose from off the earth like a pillar of tall white cloud, and floated away across the mountain peaks, toward Olympus the holy hill. Then a great fear fell on Jason, but after a while he grew light of heart, and he blessed old Cheiron, and said, "Surely the centaur is a prophet, and guessed what would come to pass, when he bade me speak harshly to no soul whom I might meet." Then he went down toward Iolcus, and as he walked, he found that he had lost one of his sandals in the flood. And as he went through the streets, the people came out to look at him, so tall and fair was he. But some of the elders whispered together, and at last one of them stopped Jason, and called to him, "Fair lad, who are you, and whence come you, and what is your errand in the town?" "My name, good father, is Jason, and I come from Pelion up above, and my errand is to Pelias your king. Tell me then where his palace is." But the old man started and grew pale, and said, "Do you not know the oracle, my son, that you go so boldly through the town, with but one sandal on?" "I am a stranger here, and know of no oracle. But what of my one sandal? I lost the other in Anauros, while I was struggling with the flood." Then the old man looked back to his companions, and one sighed, and another smiled, and at last he said, "I will tell you, lest you rush upon your ruin unawares. The oracle in Delphi has said that a man wearing one sandal should take the kingdom from Pelias, and keep it for himself. Therefore beware how you go up to his palace, for he is the fiercest and most cunning of all kings." Then Jason laughed a great laugh, like a war horse in his pride. "Good news, good father, both for you and me. For that very end I came into the town." Then he strode on toward the palace of Pelias, while all the people wondered at his bearing. And he stood in the doorway, and cried, come out, Pelias the valiant, and fight for your kingdom like a man." Pelias came out wondering, and "Who are you, bold youth?" he cried. "I am Jason, the son of Æson, the heir of all this land." Then Pelias lifted up his hands and eyes, and wept, or seemed to weep, and blessed the heavens which had brought his nephew to him, never to leave him more. "For," said he, "I have but 3 daughters, and no son to be my heir. You shall be my heir then, and rule the kingdom after me, and marry whichsoever of my daughters you shall choose, though a sad kingdom you will find it, and whosoever rules it a miserable man. But come in and feast." So he drew Jason in, whether he would or not, and spoke to him so lovingly, and feasted him so well, that Jason's anger passed. And after supper his 3 cousins came into the hall, and Jason thought that he should like well enough to have one of them for his wife. But at last he said to Pelias, "Why do you look so sad, my uncle? And what did you mean just now, when you said that this was a doleful kingdom, and its ruler a miserable man?" Then Pelias sighed heavily again and again and again, like a man who had to tell some dreadful story and was afraid to begin. But at last, "For 7 long years and more have I never known a quiet night, and no more will he who comes after me, till the golden fleece be brought home." Then he told Jason the story of Phrixus and of the golden fleece, and told him too, which was a lie, that Phrixus' spirit tormented him, calling to him day and night. And his daughters came and told the same tale, for their father had taught them their parts, and wept and said, "Oh, who will bring home the golden fleece, that our uncle's spirit may have rest, and that we may have rest also, whom he never lets sleep in peace?" Jason sat a while, sad and silent, for he had often heard of that golden fleece, but he looked on it as a thing hopeless and impossible for any mortal man to win it. But when Pelias saw him silent, he began to talk of other things, and courted Jason more and more, speaking to him as if he was certain to be his heir, and asking his advice about the kingdom, till Jason, who was young and simple, could not help saying to himself, "Surely he is not the dark man whom people call him. Yet why did he drive my father out?" And he asked Pelias boldly, "Men say that you are terrible, and a man of blood. But I find you a kind and hospitable man, and as you are to me, so will I be to you. Yet why did you drive my father out?" Pelias smiled and sighed. "Men have slandered me in that, as in all things. Your father was growing old and weary, and he gave the kingdom up to me of his own will. You shall see him tomorrow, and ask him, and he will tell you the same." Jason's heart leapt in him when he heard that he was to see his father, and he believed all that Pelias said, forgetting that his father might not dare to tell the truth. "One more thing there is," said Pelias, "on which I need your advice. For though you are young, I see in you a wisdom beyond your years. There is one neighbor of mine, whom I dread more than all men on earth. I am stronger than he now, and can command him. But I know that if he stay among us, he will work my ruin in the end. Can you give me a plan, Jason, by which I can rid myself of that man?" After a while Jason answered, half laughing, "Were I you, I would send him to fetch that same golden fleece, for if he once set forth after it, you would never be troubled with him more." And at that a bitter smile came across Pelias' lips, and a flash of wicked joy into his eyes, and Jason saw it, and started, and over his mind came the warning of the old man, and his own one sandal, and the oracle, and he saw that he was taken in a trap. But Peleus only answered gently, "My son, he shall be sent forthwith." "You mean me," cried Jason, starting up, "because I came here with one sandal?" And he lifted his fist angrily, while Peleus stood up to him like a wolf at bay, and whether of the two was the stronger and the fiercer it would be hard to tell. But after a moment Peleus spoke gently. "Why then so rash, my son? You, and not I, have said what is said. Why blame me for what I have not done? Had you bid me love the man of whom I spoke, and make him my son-in-law and heir, I would have obeyed you. And what if I obey you now, and send the man to win himself immortal fame? I have not harmed you or him. One thing at least I know, that he will go, and that gladly. For he has a hero's heart within him, loving glory and scorning to break the word which he has given." Jason saw that he was entrapped, but his second promise to Cheiron came into his mind, and he thought, "What if the centaur were a prophet in that also, and meant that I should win the fleece?" Then he cried aloud, "You have well spoken, cunning uncle of mine. I love glory, and I dare to keep my word. I will go and fetch this golden fleece. Promise me but this in return, and keep your word as I keep mine. Treat my father lovingly while I am gone, for the sake of the all-seeing Zeus, and give me up the kingdom for my own, on the day that I bring back the golden fleece." Then Peleus looked at him, and almost loved him, in the midst of all his hate, and said, "I promise, and I will perform. It will be no shame to give up my kingdom to the man who wins that fleece." Then they swore a great oath between them, and afterward both went in, and lay down to sleep. But Jason could not sleep, for thinking of his mighty oath, and how he was to fulfill it, all alone, and without wealth or friends. So he tossed a long time upon his bed, and thought of this plan and of that, and sometimes Phrixus seemed to call him, in a thin voice, faint and low, as if it came from far across the sea, "Let me come home to my fathers and have rest." And sometimes he seemed to see the eyes of Hera, and to hear her words again, "Call on me in the hour of need, and see if the immortals can forget." And on the morrow he went to Peleus and said, "Give me a victim, that I may sacrifice to Hera." So he went up and offered his sacrifice, and as he stood by the altar, Hera sent a thought into his mind. And he went back to Peleus and said, "If you are indeed in earnest, give me 2 heralds, that they may go round to all the princes of the Minuai who were pupils of the centaur with me, that we may fit out a ship together, and take what shall befall." At that Peleus praised his wisdom, and hastened to send the heralds out, for he said in his heart, "Let all the princes go with him, and like him never return, for so I shall be lord of all the Minuai, and the greatest king in Hellas." End of Section 17. Recording by David Martin. Section 18 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 18. The Argonauts, Part 3. How they built the ship Argo in Iolcus. So the heralds went out, and cried to all the heroes of the Minuai, "Who dare come to the adventure of the Golden Fleece?" And Hera stirred the hearts of all the princes, and they came from all their valleys to the yellow sands of Pagasai. And first came Heracles the mighty, with his lion's skin and club, and behind him Hylas the young squire, who bore his arrows and his bow, and Tiphys the skilful steersman, and Butes the fairest of all men, and Castor and Polydeuces the twins, the sons of the magic swan, and Caeneus the strongest of mortals, whom the centaurs tried in vain to kill, and overwhelmed him with trunks of pine trees, but even so he would not die. And thither came Zetes and Calais, the winged sons of the north wind, and Peleus, the father of Achilles, whose bride was silver-footed Thetis, the goddess of the sea. And thither came Telamon and Oileus, the fathers of the two Iantes, who fought upon the plains of Troy, and Mopsus, the wise soothsayer, who knew the speech of birds, and Idmon, to whom Phoebus gave a tongue to prophesy of things to come, and Anchios, who could read the stars, and knew all the circles of the heavens, and Argus, the famed shipbuilder, and many a hero more, in helmets of brass and gold, with tall dyed horsehair crests, and embroidered shirts of linen beneath their coats of mail, and greaves of polished tin to guard their knees in fight, with each man his shield upon his shoulder, of many a fold of tough bull's hide, and his sword of tempered bronze in his silver-studded belt, and in his right hand a pair of lances of the heavy white ash stave. So they came down to Iolcus, and all the city came out to meet them, and were never tired with looking at their height, and their beauty, and their gallant bearing, and the glitter of their inlaid arms. And some said, never was such a gathering of the heroes since the Hellenes conquered the land. But the women sighed over them and whispered, alas, they are all going to the death. Then they felled the pines on Pelion, and shaped them with the axe, and Argus taught them to build a galley, the first long ship which ever sailed the seas. They pierced her for 50 oars, an oar for each hero of the crew, and pitched her with coal-black pitch, and painted her bows with vermilion, and they named her Argo, after Argus, and worked at her all day long. And at night Peleus feasted them like a king, and they slept in his palace porch. But Jason went away to the northward, and into the land of Thrace, till he found Orpheus, the prince of minstrels, where he dwelt in his cave, under Rhodope, among the savage Cicon tribes. And he asked him, will you leave your mountains, Orpheus, my fellow scholar in old times, and cross Strymon once more with me, to sail with the heroes of the Minuai, and bring home the golden fleece, and charm for us all men and all monsters with your magic harp and song? Then Orpheus sighed, have I not had enough of toil and of weary wandering far and wide, since I lived in Chiron's cave, above Iolcus by the sea? In vain is the skill and the voice which my goddess mother gave me. In vain have I sung and labored. In vain I went down to the dead, and charmed all the kings of Hades, to win back Eurydice my bride. For I won her, my beloved, and lost her again the same day, and wandered away in my madness even to Egypt and the Libyan sands, and the isles of all the seas, driven on by the terrible gadfly, while I charmed in vain the hearts of men, and the savage forest beasts, and the trees, and the lifeless stones with my magic harp and song, giving rest, but finding none. But at last Calliope, my mother, delivered me, and brought me home in peace, and I dwell here in the cave, alone, among the savage Cicon tribes, softening their wild hearts with music and the gentle laws of Zeus. And now I must go out again to the ends of all the earth, far away into the misty darkness, to the last wave of the eastern sea. But what is doomed must be, and a friend's demand obeyed. For prayers are the daughters of Zeus, and who honors them honors him. Then Orpheus rose up sighing, and took his harp, and went over Strymon. And he led Jason to the southwest, up the banks of Haliacmon, and over the spurs of Pindus, to Dodona, the town of Zeus, where it stood by the side of the sacred lake, and the fountain which breathed out fire in the darkness of the ancient oak wood, beneath the mountain of the 100 springs. And he led him to the holy oak, where the black oak dove settled in old times, and was changed into the priestess of Zeus, and gave oracles to all nations round. And he bade him cut down a bough, and sacrifice to Hera and to Zeus. And they took the bough and came to Iolcus, and nailed it to the beak head of the ship. And at last the ship was finished, and they tried to launch her down the beach, but she was too heavy for them to move her, and her keel sank deep in the sand. Then all the heroes looked at each other, blushing. But Jason spoke, and said, "Let us ask the magic bough. Perhaps it can help us in our need." Then a voice came from the bough, and Jason heard the words it said, and bade Orpheus play upon the harp, while the heroes waited round, holding the pine-trunk rollers to help her toward the sea. Then Orpheus took his harp, and began his magic song. "How sweet it is to ride upon the surges, and to leap from wave to wave, while the wind sings cheerful in the cordage, and the oars flash fast among the foam. How sweet it is to roam across the ocean, and to see new towns and wondrous lands, and to come home laden with treasure, and to win undying fame." And the good ship Argo heard him, and longed to be away and out at sea, till she stirred in every timber, and heaved from stem to stern, and leaped up from the sand upon the rollers, and plunged onward like a gallant horse, and the heroes fed her path with pine trunks till she rushed into the whispering sea. Then they stored her well with food and water, and pulled the ladder up on board, and settled themselves each man to his oar, and kept time to Orpheus's harp. And away across the bay they rowed, southward, while the people lined the cliffs, and the women wept, while the men shouted at the starting of that gallant crew. End of section 18. Recording by David Martin.
Section 19 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. The Argonauts, Part 4. How the Argonauts Sailed to Colchis. And what happened next, my children, whether it be true or not, stands written in ancient songs, which you shall read for yourselves some day. And grand old songs they are, written in grand old rolling verse, and they call them the songs of Orpheus, or the Orphics, to this day. And they tell how the heroes came to Aphetai, across the bay, and waited for the southwest wind, and chose themselves a captain from their crew, and how all called for Heracles, because he was the strongest and most huge. But Heracles refused and called for Jason, because he was the wisest of them all. So Jason was chosen captain, and Orpheus heaped a pile of wood and slew a bull and offered it to Hera, and called all the heroes to stand round, each man's head crowned with olive, and to strike their swords into the bull. Then he filled a golden goblet with the bull's blood, and with wheaten flour, and honey and wine, and the bitter salt sea water, and bade the heroes taste. So each tasted the goblet, and passed it round, and vowed an awful vow. And they vowed before the sun, and the night, and the blue-haired sea who shakes the land, to stand by Jason faithfully in the adventure of the Golden Fleece, and whosoever shrank back, or disobeyed, or turned traitor to his vow, then justice should witness against him, and the Erinyes who track guilty men. Then Jason lighted the pile and burnt the carcass of the bull, and they went to their ship and sailed eastward, like men who have a work to do. And the place from which they went was called Aphetai, the sailing place, from that day forth. 3,000 years ago and more they sailed away into the unknown eastern seas, and great nations have come and gone since then, and many a storm has swept the earth, and many a mighty armament, to which Argo would be but one small boat, have sailed those waters since. Yet the fame of that small Argo lives forever, and her name is become a proverb among men. So they sailed past the Isle of Ceathos, with the Cape of Sepius on their right, and turned to the northward toward Pelion, up the long Magnesian shore. On their right hand was the open sea, and on their left old Pelion rose, while the clouds crawled around his dark pine forests, and his caps of summer snow. And their hearts yearned for the dear old mountain, as they thought of pleasant days gone by, and of the sports of their boyhood, and their hunting, and their schooling in the cave beneath the cliff. And at last Peleus spoke. "Let us land here, friends, and climb the dear old hill once more. We are going on a fearful journey. Who knows if we shall see Pelion again? Let us go up to Cheiron our master, and ask his blessing ere we start. And I have a boy too with him, whom he trains as he trained me once, the son whom Thetis brought me, the silver-footed lady of the sea, whom I caught in the cave, and tamed her though she changed her shape 7 times. For she changed, as I held her, into water, and to vapor, and to burning flame, and to a rock, and to a black-maned lion, and to a tall and stately tree. But I held her, and held her, ever, till she took her own shape again, and led her to my father's house, and won her for my bride. And all the rulers of Olympus came to our wedding, and the heavens and the earth rejoiced together, when an immortal wedded mortal man. And now let me see my son, for it is not often I shall see him upon earth. Famous he will be, but short-lived, and die in the flower of youth." So Tiphys, the helmsman, steered them to the shore under the crags of Pelion, and they went up through the dark pine forest toward the Centaur's cave. And they came into the misty hall, beneath the snow-crowned crag, and saw the great Centaur lying with his huge limbs spread upon the rock, and beside him stood Achilles, the child whom no steel could wound, and played upon his harp right sweetly, while Cheiron watched and smiled. Then Cheiron leaped up and welcomed them, and kissed them every one, and set a feast before them of swine's flesh and venison and good wine. And young Achilles served them, and carried the golden goblet round. And after supper all the heroes clapped their hands, and called on Orpheus to sing. But he refused, and said, "How can I, who am the younger, sing before our ancient host?" So they called on Cheiron to sing, and Achilles brought him his harp. And he began a wondrous song, a famous story of old time, of the fight between Centaurs and the Lapithai, which you may still see carved in stone. He sang how his brothers came to ruin by their folly, when they were mad with wine, and how they and the heroes fought, with fists and teeth, and the goblets from which they drank, and how they tore up the pine trees in their fury, and hurled great crags of stone, while the mountains thundered with the battle, and the land was wasted far and wide, till the Lapithai drove them from their home in the rich Thessalian plains to the lonely glens of Pindus, leaving Cheiron all alone. And the heroes praised his song right heartily, for some of them had helped in that great fight. Then Orpheus took the lyre, and sang of chaos, and the making of the wondrous world, and how all things sprang from love, which could not live alone in the abyss. And as he sang, his voice rose from the cave, above the crags, and through the tree-tops, and the glens of oak and pine. And the trees bowed their heads when they heard it, and the grey rocks cracked and rang, and the forest beasts crept near to listen, and the birds forsook their nests and hovered around. And old Cheiron clapped his hands together, and beat his hoofs upon the ground, for wonder at that magic song. Then Peleus kissed his boy, and wept over him, and they went down to the ship. And Cheiron came down with them, weeping, and kissed them one by one, and blessed them, and promised to them great renown. And the heroes wept when they left him, till their great hearts could weep no more. For he was kind and just and pious, and wiser than all beasts and men. Then he went up to a cliff, and prayed for them, that they might come home safe and well, while the heroes rowed away, and watched him standing on his cliff above the sea, with his great hands raised toward heaven, and his white locks waving in the wind. And they strained their eyes to watch him to the last, for they felt that they should look on him no more. So they rowed on over the long swell of the sea, past Olympus, the seat of the immortals, and past the wooded bays of Athos and Samothrace, the sacred isle. And they came past Lemnos to the Hellespont, and through the narrow strait of Abydos, and so on to the Propontis, which we call Marmora now. And there they met with Cyzicus, ruling in Asia over the Dolions, who, the songs say, was the son of Etnus, of whom you will hear many a tale some day. For Homer tells us how he fought at Troy, and Virgil how he sailed away and founded Rome. And men believed until late years that from him sprang the old British kings. Now Cyzicus, the songs say, welcomed the heroes, for his father had been one of Cheiron's scholars. So he welcomed them, and feasted them, and stored their ship with corn and wine, and cloaks and rugs, the songs say, and shirts, of which no doubt they stood in need. But at night, while they lay sleeping, came down on them terrible men, who lived with the bears in the mountains, like Titans or giants in shape. For each of them had 6 arms, and they fought with young firs and pines. But Heracles killed them all before morn with his deadly poisoned arrows. But among them, in the darkness, he slew Cyzicus the kindly prince. Then they got to their ship and to their oars, and Tiphys bade them cast off the hawsers and go to sea. But as he spoke a whirlwind came, and spun the Argo round, and twisted the hawsers together, so that no man could loose them. Then Tiphys dropped the rudder from his hand, and cried, "This comes from the gods above." But Jason went forward, and asked counsel of the magic bow. Then the magic bow spoke and answered, "This is because you have slain Cyzicus your friend. You must appease his soul, or you will never leave this shore." Jason went back sadly, and told the heroes what he had heard. And they leapt on shore, and searched till dawn. And at dawn they found the body, all rolled in dust and blood, among the corpses of those monstrous beasts. And they wept over their kind host, and laid him on a fair bed, and heaped a huge mound over him, and offered black sheep at his tomb, and Orpheus sang a magic song to him, that his spirit might have rest. And then they held games at the tomb, after the custom of those times, and Jason gave prizes to each winner. To Aeneas he gave a golden cup, for he wrestled best of all, and to Heracles a silver one, for he was strongest of all, and to Castor, who rode best, a golden crest. And Polydeuces the boxer had a rich carpet, and to Orpheus for his song a sandal with golden wings. But Jason himself was the best of all the archers, and the Minuai crowned him with an olive crown. And so, the songs say, the soul of good Cyzicus was appeased, and the heroes went on their way in peace. But when Cyzicus's wife heard that he was dead, she died likewise of grief, and her tears became a fountain of clear water, which flows the whole year round. Then they rowed away, the songs say, along the Mysian shore, and past the mouth of Rhindacus, till they found a pleasant bay, sheltered by the long ridges of Arganthus, and by high walls of basalt rock. And there they ran the ship ashore upon the yellow sand, and furled the sail, and took the mast down, and lashed it in its crutch. And next they let down the ladder, and went ashore to sport and rest. And there Heracles went away into the woods, bow in hand, to hunt wild deer. And Hylas the fair boy slipped away after him, and followed him by stealth, until he lost himself among the glens, and sat down weary to rest himself by the side of a lake. And there the water nymphs came up to look at him, and loved him, and carried him down under the lake to be their playfellow, for ever happy and young. And Heracles sought for him in vain, shouting his name till all the mountains rang. But Hylas never heard him, far down under the sparkling lake. So while Heracles wandered searching for him, a fair breeze sprang up, and Heracles was nowhere to be found. And the Argo sailed away, and Heracles was left behind, and never saw the noble Phasian stream. Then the Minuai came to a doleful land, where Amycus the giant ruled, and cared nothing for the laws of Zeus, but challenged all strangers to box with him, and those whom he conquered he slew. But Polydeuces the boxer struck him a harder blow than he ever felt before, and slew him, and the Minuai went on up the Bosphorus, till they came to the city of Phineus, the fierce Bithynian king. For Zetes and Calais bade Jason land there, because they had a work to do. And they went up from the shore toward the city, through forests white with snow. And Phineus came out to meet them with a lean and woeful face, and said, "Welcome, gallant heroes, to the land of bitter blasts, a land of cold and misery. Yet I will feast you as best I can." And he led them in, and set meat before them. But before they could put their hands to their mouths, down came two fearful monsters, the like of whom man never saw. For they had the faces and the hair of fair maidens, but the wings and claws of hawks. And they snatched the meat from off the table, and flew shrieking out above the roofs. Then Phineus beat his breast, and cried, "These are the Harpies, whose names are the Whirlwind and the Swift, the daughters of Wonder and of the Amber Nymph, and they rob us night and day. They carried off the daughters of Pandareus, whom all the gods had blessed. For Aphrodite fed them on Olympus with honey and milk and wine. And Hera gave them beauty and wisdom, and Athene skill in all the arts. But when they came to their wedding, the Harpies snatched them both away, and gave them to be slaves to the Erinnues, and live in horror all their days. And now they haunt me and my people and the Bosphorus with fearful storms, and sweep away our food from off our tables, so that we starve in spite of all our wealth." Then uprose Zetes and Calais, the winged sons of the North Wind, and said, "Do you not know us, Phineus, and these wings which grow on our backs?" And Phineus hid his face in terror, but he answered not a word. "Because you have been a traitor, Phineus, the Harpies haunt you night and day. Where is Cleopatra, our sister, your wife, whom you keep in prison? And where are her 2 children, whom you blinded in your rage, at the bidding of an evil woman, and cast them out upon the rocks? Swear to us that you will right our sister, and cast out that wicked woman, and then we will free you from your plague, and drive the Whirlwind maidens from the south. But if not, we will put out your eyes, as you put out the eyes of your own sons." Then Phineus swore an oath to them, and drove out the wicked woman. And Jason took those 2 poor children, and cured their eyes with magic herbs. But Zetes and Calais rose up sadly, and said, "Farewell now, heroes all, farewell, our dear companions, with whom we played on Pelion in old times. For a fate is laid upon us, and our day is come at last, in which we may hunt the whirlwinds over land and sea for ever. And if we catch them they die, and if not, we die ourselves." And at that all the heroes wept, but the 2 young men sprang up, and aloft into the air after the Harpies, and the battle of the winds began. The heroes trembled in silence as they heard the shrieking of the blasts, while the palace rocked, and all the city, and great stones were torn from the crags, and the forest pines were hurled eastward, north and south and east and west, and the Bosphorus boiled white with foam, and the clouds were dashed against the cliffs. But at last the battle ended, and the Harpies fled screaming toward the south, And the sons of the north wind rushed after them, and brought clear sunshine where they passed. For many a league they followed them, over all the isles of the Cyclades, and away to the southwest across Hellas, till they came to the Ionian Sea, and there they fell upon the Echinades at the mouth of the Achelous, and those isles were called the Whirlwind Isles for many 100 years. But what became of Zetes and Calais I know not, for the heroes never saw them again, and some say that Heracles met them, and quarrelled with them, and slew them with his arrows, and some say that they fell down from weariness and the heat of the summer sun, and that the sun god buried them among the Cyclades, in the pleasant isle of Tenos, and for many 100 years their grave was shown there, and over it a pillar, which turned to every wind. But those dark storms and whirlwinds haunt the Bosphorus until this day. But the Argonauts went eastward, and out into the open sea, which we now call the Black Sea, but it was called the Euxine then. No Hellen had ever crossed it, and all feared that dreadful sea, and its rocks, and shoals, and fogs, and bitter freezing storms. And they told strange stories of it, some false and some half true, how it stretched northward to the ends of the earth, and the sluggish putrid sea, and the everlasting night, and the regions of the dead. So the heroes trembled for all their courage, as they came into that wild black sea, and saw it stretching out before them, without a shore, as far as eye could see. And first Orpheus spoke, and warned them. We shall come now to the wandering blue rocks. My mother warned me of them, Calliope, the immortal muse. And soon they saw the blue rocks shining, like spires and castles of grey glass, while an ice-cold wind blew from them, and chilled all the heroes' hearts. And as they neared, they could see them heaving as they rolled upon the long sea waves, crashing and grinding together, till the roar went up to heaven. The sea sprang up in spouts between them, and swept round them in white sheets of foam, but their heads swung nodding high in air, while the wind whistled shrill among the crags. The heroes' hearts sank within them, and they lay upon their oars in fear. But Orpheus called to Tiphys the helmsman. Between them we must pass, so look ahead for an opening, and be brave, for Hera is with us. But Tiphys the cunning helmsman stood silent, clenching his teeth, till he saw a heron come flying mast-high toward the rocks, and hover a while before them, as if looking for a passage through. Then he cried, Hera has sent us a pilot. Let us follow the cunning bird. Then the heron flapped to and fro a moment, till he saw a hidden gap, and into it he rushed like an arrow, while the heroes watched what would befall. And the blue rocks clashed together as the bird fled swiftly through. But they struck but a feather from his tail, and then rebounded apart at the shock. Then Tiphys cheered the heroes, and they shouted, and the oars bent like withes beneath their strokes, as they rushed between those toppling ice-crags and the cold blue lips of death. And ere the rocks could meet again they had passed them, and were safe out in the open sea. And after that they sailed on wearily along the Asian coast, by the black cape and Thyneus, where the hot stream of Thymbrus falls into the sea, and Sangarius, whose waters float on the Euxine, till they come to Wolf the river, and to Wolf the kindly king. And there died 2 brave heroes, Idmon and Tiphys the wise helmsman. One died of an evil sickness, and one a wild boar slew. So the heroes heaped a mound above them, and set upon it an oar on high, and left them there to sleep together, on the far-off Lycian shore. But Idas killed the boar, and avenged Tiphys, and Ancaios took the rudder and was helmsman, and steered them onward toward the east. And they went on past Sinope, and many a mighty river's mouth, and past many a barbarous tribe, and the cities of the Amazons, the warlike women of the east, till all night they heard the clank of anvils and the roar of furnace blasts, and the forge fires shone like sparks through the darkness, in the mountain glens aloft. For they were come to the shores of the Chalybes, the smiths who never tire, but serve Ares the cruel war-god, forging weapons day and night. And at day dawn they looked eastward, and midway between the sea and the sky they saw white snow-peaks hanging glittering sharp and bright above the clouds. And they knew that they were come to Caucasus, at the end of all the earth, Caucasus, the highest of all mountains, the father of the rivers of the east. On his peak lies chained the Titan, while a vulture tears his heart, and at his feet are piled dark forests round the magic Colchian land. And they rode 3 days to the eastward, while Caucasus rose higher by the hour, till they saw the dark stream of Phasis running headlong to the sea, and, shining above the tree-tops, the golden roofs of King Aietes, the child of the sun. Then out spoke Ancaios the helmsman. "We are come to our goal at last, for there are the roofs of Aietes, and the woods where all poisons grow. But who can tell us where among them is hid the golden fleece? Many a toil must we bear ere we find it, and bring it home to Greece." But Jason cheered the heroes, for his heart was high and bold, and he said, "I will go alone up to Aietes, though he be the child of the sun, and win him with soft words. Better so than go all together, and to come to blows at once." But the Minuai would not stay behind, so they rowed boldly up the stream. And a dream came to Aietes, and filled his heart with fear. He thought he saw a shining star, which fell into his daughter's lap, and that Medea his daughter took it gladly, and carried it to the riverside, and cast it in, and there the whirling river bore it down, and out into the Euxine Sea. Then he leapt up in fear, and bade his servants bring his chariot, that he might go down to the riverside and appease the nymphs, and the heroes whose spirits haunt the bank. So he went down in his golden chariot, and his daughters by his side, Medea the fair witch-maiden, and Chalciope, who had been Phrixus's wife, and behind him a crowd of servants and soldiers, for he was a rich and mighty prince. And as he drove down by the reedy river, he saw Argo sliding up beneath the bank, and many a hero in her, like immortals for beauty and for strength, as their weapons glittered round them in the level morning light, through the white mist of the stream. But Jason was the noblest of all, for Hera who loved him gave him beauty and tallness, and terrible manhood. And when they came near together, and looked into each other's eyes, the heroes were awed before Aietes as he shone in his chariot, like his father the glorious sun, for his robes were of rich gold tissue, and the rays of his diadem flashed fire, and in his hand he bore a jewelled sceptre, which glittered like the stars, and sternly he looked at them under his brows, and sternly he spoke and loud. "Who are you, and what want you here, that you come to the shore of Cutea? Do you take no account of my rule, nor of my people the Colchians who serve me, who never tired yet in battle, and know well how to face an invader?" End of section 19. Section 20 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. The Argonauts, Part 5. And the heroes sat silent a while before the face of that ancient king. But Hera the awful goddess put courage into Jason's heart, and he rose and shouted loudly in answer. "We are no pirates, nor lawless men. We come not to plunder and to ravage, or carry away slaves from your land. But my uncle, the son of Poseidon, Pelias the Minuan king, he it is who has sent me on a quest to bring home the golden fleece. And these, too, my bold comrades, they are no nameless men. For some are the sons of immortals, and some of heroes far renowned. And we, too, never tire in battle, and know well how to give blows and to take. Yet we wish to be guests at your table. It will be better so for both." Then Aietes' rage rushed up like a whirlwind, and his eyes flashed fire as he heard, but he crushed his anger down in his breast, and spoke mildly, a cunning speech. "If you will fight for the fleece with my Colchians, then many a man must die. But do you indeed expect to win from me the fleece in fight? So few you are, that if you be worsted, I can load your ship with your corpses. But if you will be ruled by me, you will find it far better to choose the best man among you, and let him fulfill the labours which I demand. Then I will give him the golden fleece for a prize and a glory to you all." So saying, he turned his horses and drove back in silence to the town. And the Minuai sat silent with sorrow, and longed for Heracles and his strength. For there was no facing the thousands of the Colchians, and the fearful chance of war. But Chalciope, Phrixus's widow, went weeping to the town, for she remembered her Minuan husband, and all the pleasures of her youth, while she watched the fair faces of his kinsmen, and their long locks of golden hair. And she whispered to Medea her sister, "Why should all these brave men die? Why does not my father give them up the fleece, that my husband's spirit may have rest?" And Medea's heart pitied the heroes, and Jason most of all. And she answered, "Our father is stern and terrible, and who can win the golden fleece?" But Chalciope said, "These men are not like our men. There is nothing which they cannot dare, nor do." And Medea thought of Jason and his brave countenance, and said, "If there was one among them who knew no fear, I could show him how to win the fleece." So in the dusk of evening they went down to the river side, Chalciope and Medea the witch maiden, and Argus Phrixus's son. And Argus the boy crept forward, among the beds of reeds, till he came where the heroes were sleeping, on the thwarts of the ship, beneath the bank, while Jason kept ward on shore, and leant upon his lance, full of thought. And the boy came to Jason, and said, "I am the son of Phrix, your cousin, and Chalciope my mother waits for you, to talk about the golden fleece." Then Jason went boldly with the boy, and found the two princesses standing. And when Chalciope saw him, she wept, and took his hands, and cried, "O cousin of my beloved, go home before you die." "It would be base to go home now, fair princess, and to have sailed all these seas in vain." Then both the princesses besought him, but Jason said, "It is too late." "But you know not," said Medea, "what he must do to who would win the fleece. He must tame the two brazen-footed bulls, who breathe devouring flame, and with them he must plough ere nightfall 4 acres in the field of Ares, and he must sow them with serpents' teeth, of which each tooth springs up into an armed man. Then he must fight with all those warriors, and little will it profit him to conquer them, for the fleece is guarded by a serpent more huge than any mountain pine, and over his body you must step, if you would reach the golden fleece." Then Jason laughed bitterly. "Unjustly is that fleece kept here, and by an unjust and lawless king, and unjustly shall I die in my youth, for I will attempt it ere another sun be set." Then Medea trembled, and said, "No mortal man can reach that fleece, unless I guide him through; for round it, beyond the river, is a wall full 9 ells high, with lofty towers and buttresses, and mighty gates of threefold brass, and over the gates the wall is arched, with golden battlements above. And over the gateway sits Brimo, the wild witch-huntress of the woods, brandishing a pine-torch in her hands, while her mad hounds howl around. No man dare meet her or look on her, but only I her priestess, and she watches far and wide lest any stranger should come near." "No wall so high but it may be climbed at last, and no wood so thick but it may be crawled through. No serpent so wary but he may be charmed, or witch-queen so fierce but spells may soothe her. And I may yet win the golden fleece, if a wise maiden help bold men." And he looked at Medea cunningly, and held her with his glittering eye, till she blushed and trembled, and said, "Who can face the fire of the bull's breath, and fight 10,000 armed men?" "He whom you help," said Jason, flattering her, "for your fame is spread over all the earth. Are you not the queen of all enchantresses, wiser than your sister Circe in her fairy island in the west?" "Would that I were with my sister Circe in her fairy island in the west, far away from sore temptation and thoughts which tear the heart. But if it must be so, for why should you die, I have an ointment here. I have made it from the magic ice flower which sprang from Prometheus's wound above the clouds on Caucasus in the dreary fields of snow. Anoint yourself with that, and you shall have in you 7 men's strength, and anoint your shield with it, and neither fire nor sword can harm you. But what you begin you must end before sunset, for its virtue lasts only 1 day. And anoint your helmet with it before you sow the serpent's teeth, and when the sons of earth spring up, cast your helmet among their ranks, and the deadly crop of the war god's field will mow itself and perish." Then Jason fell on his knees before her, and thanked her and kissed her hands, and she gave him the vase of ointment, and fled trembling through the reeds. And Jason told his comrades what had happened, and showed them the box of ointment. And all rejoiced but Idas, and he grew mad with envy. And at sunrise Jason went and bathed, and anointed himself from head to foot, and his shield and his helmet and his weapons, and bade his comrades try the spell. So they tried to bend his lance, but it stood like an iron bar, and Idas in spite hewed at it with his sword, but the blade flew to splinters in his face. Then they hurled their lances at his shield, but the spear points turned like lead. And Caeneus tried to throw him, but he never stirred a foot, and Polydeuces struck him with his fist a blow which would have killed an ox, but Jason only smiled, and the heroes danced about him with delight, and he leapt and ran and shouted in the joy of that enormous strength, till the sun rose, and it was time to go and claim Aeetes' promise. So he sent up Telamon and Aethalides to tell Aeetes that he was ready for the fight. And they went up among the marble walls, and beneath the roofs of gold, and stood in Aeetes' hall, while he grew pale with rage. "Fulfill your promise to us, child of the blazing sun. Give us the serpent's teeth, and let loose the fiery bulls, for we have found a champion among us who can win the golden fleece." And Aeetes bit his lips, for he fancied that they had fled away by night, but he did not go back from his promise. So he gave them the serpent's teeth. Then he called for his chariot and his horses, and sent heralds through all the town, and all the people went out with him to the dreadful war god's field. And there Aeetes sat upon his throne, with his warriors on each hand, thousands and tens of thousands, clothed from head to foot in steel chain-mail. And the people and the women crowded to every window, and bank, and wall, while the Minuai stood together, a mere handful, in the midst of that great host. And Chalciope was there, and Argus trembling, and Medea wrapped closely in her veil, but Aeetes did not know that she was muttering cunning spells between her lips. Then Jason cried, "Fulfill your promise, and let your fiery bulls come forth." Then Aeetes bade open the gates, and the magic bulls leapt out. Their brazen hoofs rang upon the ground, and their nostrils sent out sheets of flame, as they rushed with lowered heads upon Jason. But he never flinched a step. The flame of their breath swept round him, but it singed not a hair of his head, and the bulls stopped short and trembled when Medea began her spell. Then Jason sprang upon the nearest, and seized him by the horn, and up and down they wrestled, till the bull fell grovelling on his knees. For the heart of the brute died within him, and his mighty limbs were loosed beneath the steadfast eye of that dark witch-maiden, and the magic whisper of her lips. So both the bulls were tamed and yoked, and Jason bound them to the plough, and goaded them onward with his lance, till he had ploughed the sacred field. And all the Minuai shouted, but Aeetes bit his lips with rage, for the half of Jason's work was over, and the sun was yet high in heaven. Then he took the serpent's teeth and sowed them, and waited what would befall. But Medea looked at him and at his helmet, lest he should forget the lesson she had taught. And every furrow heaved and bubbled, and out of every clod rose a man. Out of the earth they rose by thousands, each clad from head to foot in steel, and drew their swords and rushed on Jason, where he stood in the midst alone. Then the Minuai grew pale with fear for him, but Aietes laughed a bitter laugh. "See, if I had not warriors enough already around me, I could call them out of the bosom of the earth." But Jason snatched off his helmet and hurled it into the midst of the throng, and blind madness came upon them, suspicion, hate, and fear. And one cried to his fellow, "Thou didst strike me!" And another, "Thou art Jason, thou shalt die!" So fury seized those earth-born phantoms, and each turned his hand against the rest, and they fought, and were never weary, till they all lay dead upon the ground. Then the magic furrows opened, and the kind earth took them home into her breast, and the grass grew up all green again above them, and Jason's work was done. Then the Minuai rose and shouted, till Prometheus heard them from his crag. And Jason cried, "Lead me to the fleece this moment, before the sun goes down." But Aietes thought, "He has conquered the bulls, and sown and reaped the deadly crop. Who is this who is proof against all magic? He may kill the serpent yet." So he delayed, and sat taking counsel with his princes, till the sun went down, and all was dark. Then he bade a herald cry, "Every man to his home for to-night. To-morrow we will meet these heroes, and speak about the golden fleece." Then he turned and looked at Medea. "This is your doing, false witch maid. You have helped these yellow-haired strangers, and brought shame upon your father and yourself." Medea shrank and trembled, and her face grew pale with fear. And Aietes knew that she was guilty, and whispered, "If they win the fleece, you die." But the Minuai marched toward their ship, growling like lions cheated of their prey; for they saw that Aietes meant to mock them, and to cheat them out of all their toil. And Oileus said, "Let us go to the grove together, and take the fleece by force." And Idas the rash cried, "Let us draw lots who shall go in first, for while the dragon is devouring one, the rest can slay him, and carry off the fleece in peace." But Jason held them back, though he praised them, for he hoped for Medea's help. And after a while Medea came trembling, and wept a long while before she spoke. And at last, "My end is come, and I must die, for my father has found out that I have helped you. You he would kill if he dared, but he will not harm you, because you have been his guests. Go then, go, and remember poor Medea when you are far away across the sea." But all the heroes cried, "If you die, we die with you, for without you we cannot win the fleece, and home we will not go without it, but fall here fighting to the last man." "You need not die," said Jason. "Flee home with us across the sea. Show us first how to win the fleece, for you can do it. Why else are you the priestess of the grove? Show us but how to win the fleece, and come with us, and you shall be my queen, and rule over the rich princes of the Minuai in Iolcos by the sea." And all the heroes pressed round, and vowed to her that she should be their queen. Medea wept and shuddered, and hid her face in her hands, for her heart yearned after her sisters and her playfellows, and the home where she was brought up as a child. But at last she looked up at Jason, and spoke between her sobs. "Must I leave my home and my people, to wander with strangers across the sea? The lot is cast, and I must endure it. I will show you how to win the golden fleece. Bring up your ship to the woodside, and moor her there against the bank, and let Jason come up at midnight, and one brave comrade with him, and meet me beneath the wall." Then all the heroes cried together, "I will go," and "I," and "I." And Idas the rash grew mad with envy, for he longed to be foremost in all things. But Medea calmed them, and said, "Orpheus shall go with Jason, and bring his magic harp, for I hear of him that he is the king of all minstrels, and can charm all things on earth." And Orpheus laughed for joy, and clapped his hands, because the choice had fallen on him, for in those days poets and singers were as bold warriors as the best. So at midnight they went up the bank, and found Medea, and beside came Absyrtus her young brother, leading a yearling lamb. Then Medea brought them to a thicket beside the war god's gate. And there she bade Jason dig a ditch, and kill the lamb, and leave it there, and strew on it magic herbs and honey from the honeycomb. Then sprang up through the earth, with the red fire flashing before her, Brimo, the wild witch huntress, while her mad hounds howled around. She had one head like a horse's, and another like a ravening hound's, and another like a hissing snake's, and a sword in either hand. And she leapt into the ditch with her hounds, and they ate and drank their fill, while Jason and Orpheus trembled, and Medea hid her eyes. And at last the witch queen vanished, and fled with her hounds into the woods. And the bars of the gates fell down, and the brazen doors flew wide, and Medea and the heroes ran forward and hurried through the poison wood, among the dark stems of the mighty beeches, guided by the gleam of the golden fleece, until they saw it hanging on one vast tree in the midst. And Jason would have sprung to seize it, but Medea held him back, and pointed shuddering to the tree foot, where the mighty serpent lay coiled in and out among the roots, with a body like a mountain pine. His coils stretched many a fathom, spangled with bronze and gold, and half of him they could see, but no more, for the rest lay in the darkness far beyond. And when he saw them coming, he lifted up his head, and watched them with his small bright eyes, and flashed his forked tongue, and roared like a fire among the woodlands, till the forest tossed and groaned. For his cry shook the trees from leaf to root, and swept over the long reaches of the river, and over Aeetes' hall, and woke the sleepers in the city, till mothers clasped their children in their fear. But Medea called gently to him, and he stretched out his long spotted neck, and licked her hand, and looked up in her face, as if to ask for food. Then she made a sign to Orpheus, and he began his magic song. And as he sang, the forest grew calm again, and the leaves on every tree hung still, and the serpent's head sank down, and his brazen coils grew limp, and his glittering eyes closed lazily, till he breathed as gently as a child, while Orpheus called to pleasant slumber, who gives peace to men and beasts and waves. Then Jason leapt forward warily, and stepped across that mighty snake, and tore the fleece from off the tree trunk, and the four rushed down the garden, to the bank where the Argo lay. There was a silence for a moment, while Jason held the golden fleece on high. Then he cried, "Go now, good Argo, swift and steady, if ever you would see Pelion more." And she went, as the heroes drove her, grim and silent all, with muffled oars, till the pine wood bent like willow in their hands, and stout Argo groaned beneath their strokes. On and on, beneath the dewy darkness, they fled swiftly down the swirling stream, underneath black walls and temples and the castles of the princes of the east, past sluice mouths and fragrant gardens, and groves of all strange fruits, past marshes where fat kine lay sleeping, and long beds of whispering reeds, till they heard the merry music of the surge upon the bar, as it tumbled in the moonlight all alone. Into the surge they rushed, and Argo leapt the breakers like a horse, for she knew the time was come to show her mettle, and win honour for the heroes and herself. Into the surge they rushed, and Argo leapt the breakers like a horse, till the heroes stopped all panting, each man upon his oar, as she slid into the still broad sea. Then Orpheus took his harp and sang a paean, till the heroes' hearts rose high again, and they rowed on stoutly and steadfastly away into the darkness of the west. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 21, The Argonauts, Part 6, How the Argonauts Were Driven into the Unknown Sea. So they fled away in haste to the westward, but Aeetes manned his fleet and followed them. And Lynceus the quick-eyed saw him coming, while he was still many a mile away, and cried, "I see 100 ships! like a flock of white swans, far in the east." And at that they rowed hard, like heroes, but the ships came nearer every hour. Then Medea, the dark witch maiden, laid a cruel and cunning plot. For she killed Absyrtus, her young brother, and cast him into the sea, and said, "Ere my father can take up his corpse and bury it, he must wait long, and be left far behind." And all the heroes shuddered, and looked at one another for shame. Yet they did not punish that dark witch woman, because she had won for them the golden fleece. And when Aeetes came to the place, he saw the floating corpse, and he stopped a long while, and bewailed his son, and took him up and went home. But he sent on his sailors towards the westward, and bound them by a mighty curse. "Bring back to me that dark witch woman, that she may die a dreadful death, but if you return without her, you shall die by the same death yourselves." So the Argonauts escaped for that time, but Father Zeus saw that foul crime, and out of the heavens he sent a storm, and swept the ship far from her course. Day after day the storm drove her, amid foam and blinding mist, till they knew no longer where they were, for the sun was blotted from the skies. And at last the ship struck on a shoal, amid low isles of mud and sand, and the waves rolled over her and through her, and the heroes lost all hope of life. Then Jason cried to Hera, "Fair queen, who hast befriended us till now, why hast thou left us in our misery to die here among unknown seas? It is hard to lose the honour which we have won with such toil and danger, and hard never to see Hellas again, and the pleasant bay of Pagasai." Then out and spoke the magic bough which stood upon the Argo's beak. "Because Father Zeus is angry, all this has fallen on you. For a cruel crime has been done on board, and the sacred ship is foul with blood." At that some of the heroes cried, "Medea is the murderess. Let the witch woman bear her sin, and die." And they seized Medea, to hurl her into the sea and atone for the young boy's death. But the magic bough spoke again, "Let her live till her crimes are full. Vengeance waits for her, slow and sure. But she must live, for you need her still. She must show you the way to her sister Circe, who lives among the islands of the west. To her you must sail, a weary way, and she will cleanse you from your guilt." Then all the heroes wept aloud when they heard the sentence of the oak, for they knew that a dark journey lay before them, and years of bitter toil. And some upbraided the dark witch woman, and some said, "Nay, we are her debtors still. Without her we should never have won the fleece." But most of them bit their lips in silence, for they feared the witch's spells. And now the sea grew calmer, and the sun shone out once more, and the heroes thrust the ship off the sandbank, and rowed forward on their weary course, under the guiding of the dark witch maiden, into the wastes of the unknown sea. Whither they went I cannot tell, nor how they came to Circe's isle. Some say they went to the westward, and up the Ister stream, the Danube, and so came into the Adriatic, dragging their ship over the snowy Alps. And others say that they went southward, into the red Indian Sea, and past the sunny lands where spices grow, round Ethiopia toward the west, and that at last they came to Libya, and dragged their ship across the burning sands, and over the hills into the Syrtes, where the flats and quicksands spread for many a mile, between rich Cyrene and the lotus-eater's shore. But all these are but dreams and fables, and dim hints of unknown lands. But all say that they came to a place where they had to drag their ship across the land 9 days with ropes and rollers, till they came into an unknown sea. And the best of all the old songs tells us, how they went away toward the north, till they came to the slope of Caucasus, where it sinks into the sea, and to the narrow Cimmerian Bosphorus, between the Crimea and Circassia, where the Titan swam across upon the bull, and thence into the lazy waters of the still Maetid Lake, the Sea of Azov. And thence they went northward ever, up the Tanais, which we call Don, past the Geloni and the Sauromatai, and many a wandering shepherd tribe, and the one-eyed Arimaspi, of whom the old Greek poets tell, who steal the gold from the Griffins in the cold Riphaean hills, the Ural Mountains. And they passed the Scythian archers, and the Tauri who eat men, and the wandering Hyperboreai, who feed their flocks beneath the pole star, until they came to the northern ocean, the full dead Cronian Sea, the Baltic. And there Argo could move on no longer, and each man clasped his elbow, and leaned his head upon his hand, heartbroken with toil and hunger, and gave himself up to death. But brave Ancaios, the helmsman, cheered up their hearts once more, and bade them leap on land, and haul the ship with ropes and rollers for many a weary day, whether over land, or mud, or ice, I know not, for the song is mixed and broken like a dream. And it says next how they came to the rich nation of the famous long-lived men, and to the coast of the Cimmerians, who never saw the sun, buried deep in the glens of the snow mountains, and to the fair land of Hermione, where dwelt the most righteous of all nations, and to the gates of the world below, and to the dwelling place of dreams. And at last Ancaios shouted, "Endure a little while, brave friends, the worst is surely past, for I can see the pure west wind ruffle the water, and hear the roar of ocean on the sands. So raise up the mast, and set the sail, and face what comes like men." Then out spoke the magic bough. "Ah, would that I had perished long ago, and been overwhelmed by the dread blue rocks beneath the fierce swell of the Euxine. Better so than to wander for ever, disgraced by the guilt of my princes. For the blood of Absyrtus still tracks me, and woe follows hard upon woe. And now some dark horror will clutch me, if I come near the Isle of Iern." Britain. "Unless you will cling to the land, and sail southward and southward for ever, I shall wander beyond the Atlantic, to the ocean which has no shore." Then they blessed the magic bough, and sailed southward along the land. But ere they could pass Iern, the land of mists and storms, the wild wind came down, dark and roaring, and caught the sail, and strained the ropes. And away they drove 12 nights, on the wide, wild western sea, through the foam, and over the rollers, while they saw neither sun nor stars. And they cried again, "We shall perish, for we know not where we are. We are lost in the dreary damp darkness, and cannot tell north from south." But Lynceus the long-sighted called gaily from the bows, "Take heart again, brave sailors, for I see a pine-clad isle, and the halls of the kind Earth Mother, with a crown of clouds around them." But Orpheus said, "Turn from them, for no living man can land there. There is no harbour on the coast, but steep-walled cliffs all round." So Ancaios turned the ship away, and for 3 days more they sailed on, till they came to Aiaia, Circe's home, and the fairy island of the west. And there Jason bid them land, and seek out for any sign of living man. And as they went inland, Circe met them, coming down toward the ship, and they trembled when they saw her, for her hair and face and robes shone like flame. And she came and looked at Medea, and Medea hid her face beneath her veil. And Circe cried, "Ah, wretched girl, have you forgotten all your sins, that you come hither to my island, where the flowers bloom all the year round? Where is your aged father, and the brother whom you killed? Little do I expect you to return in safety with these strangers whom you love. I will send you food and wine, but your ship must not stay here, for it is foul with sin, and foul with sin its crew." And the heroes prayed her, but in vain, and cried, "Cleanse us from our guilt." But she sent them away and said, "Go on to Malea, and there you may be cleansed and return home." Then a fair wind rose, and they sailed eastward, by Tartessus on the Iberian shore, till they came to the Pillars of Hercules and the Mediterranean Sea. And thence they sailed on through the deeps of Sardinia, and past the Ausonian islands, and the capes of the Tyrrhenian shore, till they came to a flowery island upon a still, bright summer's eve. And as they neared it, slowly and wearily, they heard sweet songs upon the shore. But when Medea heard it, she started and cried, "Beware, all heroes, for these are the rocks of the Sirens. You must pass close by them, for there is no other channel, but those who listen to that song are lost." Then Orpheus spoke, the king of all minstrels. "Let them match their song against mine. I have charmed stones and trees and dragons, how much more the hearts of man." So he caught up his lyre, and stood upon the poop, and began his magic song. And now they could see the Sirens on Anthemusa, the flowery isle, 3 fair maidens sitting on the beach, beneath a red rock in the setting sun, among beds of crimson poppies and golden asphodel. Slowly they sung and sleepily, with silver voices, mild and clear, which stole over the golden waters, and into the hearts of all the heroes, in spite of Orpheus's song. And all things stayed around and listened. The gulls sat in white lines along the rocks. On the beach great seals lay basking, and kept time with lazy heads, while silver shoals of fish came up to hearken, and whispered as they broke the shining calm. The wind overhead hushed his whistling, as he shepherded his clouds toward the west, and the clouds stood in mid-blue, and listened dreaming, like a flock of golden sheep. And as the heroes listened, the oars fell from their hands, and their heads drooped on their breasts, and they closed their heavy eyes. And they dreamed of bright still gardens, and of slumbers under murmuring pines, till all their toil seemed foolishness, and they thought of their renown no more. Then one lifted his head suddenly, and cried, "What use in wandering forever? Let us stay here and rest awhile." And another, "Let us row to the shore, and hear the words they sing." And another, "I care not for the words, but for the music. They shall sing me to sleep, that I may rest." And Butes, the son of Pandion, the fairest of all mortal men, leapt out and swam toward the shore, crying, I come, fair maidens, to live and die here, listening to your song." Then Medea clapped her hands together, and cried, "Sing louder, Orpheus, sing a bolder strain. Wake up these hapless sluggards, or none of them will see the land of Hellas more." Then Orpheus lifted his harp, and crashed his cunning hand across the strings, and his music and his voice rose like a trumpet through the still evening air. Into the air it rushed like thunder, till the rocks sang, and the sea; and into their souls it rushed like wine, till all hearts beat fast within their breasts. And he sung the song of Perseus, how the gods led him over land and sea, and how he slew the loathly Gorgon, and won himself a peerless bride; and how he sits now with the gods upon Olympus, a shining star in the sky, immortal with his immortal bride, and honored by all men below. So Orpheus sang, and the Sirens answering each other across the golden sea, till Orpheus's voice drowned the Sirens, and the heroes caught their oars again. And they cried, "We will be men like Perseus, and we will dare and suffer to the last. Sing us his song again, brave Orpheus, that we may forget the Sirens and their spell." And as Orpheus sang, they dashed their oars into the sea, and kept time to his music, as they fled fast away; and the Sirens' voices died behind them, in the hissing of the foam along their wake. But Butes swam to the shore, and knelt down before the Sirens, and cried, "Sing on, sing on!" But he could say no more, for a charmed sleep came over him, and a pleasant humming in his ears; and he sank all along down the pebbles, and forgot all heaven and earth, and never looked at that sad beach around him, all strewn with the bones of men. Then slowly rose up those 3 fair sisters, with a cruel smile upon their lips, and slowly they crept down toward him, like leopards who creep upon their prey; and their hands were like the talons of eagles, as they stepped across the bones of their victims to enjoy their cruel feast. But fairest Aphrodite saw him from the highest Idalian peak, And she pitied his youth and his beauty, and leapt up from her golden throne. And like a falling star she cleft the sky, and left a trail of glittering light, till she stooped to the Isle of the Sirens, and snatched their prey from their claws. And she lifted Butes as he lay sleeping, and wrapped him in a golden mist, and she bore him to the peak of Lilybaeum, and he slept there many a pleasant year. But when the Sirens saw that they were conquered, they shrieked for envy and rage, and leapt from the beach into the sea, and were changed into rocks until this day. Then they came to the straits of Lilybaeum, and saw Sicily, the three-cornered island, under which Enceladus the giant lies groaning day and night, and when he turns the earth quakes, and his breath bursts out in roaring flames from the highest cone of Etna, above the chestnut woods. And there Charybdis caught them in its fearful coils of wave, and rolled mast high about them, and spun them round and round, and they could go neither back nor forward while the whirlpool sucked them in. And while they struggled, they saw near them, on the other side of the strait, a rock stand in the water, with a peak wrapped round in clouds, a rock which no man could climb, though he had 20 hands and feet, for the stone was smooth and slippery, as if polished by man's hand, and halfway up a misty cave looked out toward the west. And when Orpheus saw it, he groaned, and struck his hands together, and "Little will it help to us," he cried, "to escape the jaws of the whirlpool, for in that cave lies Scylla, the sea-hag with the young whelp's voice. My mother warned me of her ere we sailed away from Hellas. She has 6 head and 6 long necks, and hides in that dark cleft. And from her cave she fishes for all things which pass by, for sharks, and seals, and dolphins, and all the herds of Amphitrite. And never ship's crew boasted that they came safe by her rock, for she bends her long necks down to them, and every mouth takes up a man. And who will help us now? For Hera and Zeus hate us, and our ship is foul with guilt. So we must die, whatever befalls." Then out of the depths came Thetis, Peleus' silver-footed bride, for love of her gallant husband, and all her nymphs around her, and they played like snow-white dolphins, diving on from wave to wave, before the ship, and in her wake and beside her, as dolphins play. And they caught the ship, and guided her, and passed her on from hand to hand, and tossed her through the billows, as maidens toss the ball. And when Scylla stooped to seize her, they struck back her ravening heads, and foul Scylla whined, as a whelp whines, at the touch of their gentle hands. But she shrank into her cave affrighted, for all bad things shrink from good, and Argo leapt safe past her, while a fair breeze rose behind. Then Thetis and her nymphs sank down to their gardens of green and purple, where live flowers of bloom all the year round, while the heroes went on rejoicing, yet dreading what might come next. After that they rode on steadily for many a weary day, till they saw a long high island, and beyond it a mountain land. And they searched till they found a harbour, and there rode boldly in. But after a while they stopped and wondered, for there stood a great city on the shore, and temples and walls and gardens, and castles high in air upon the cliffs. And on either side they saw a harbour, with a narrow mouth, but wide within, and black ships without number, high and dry upon the shore. Then Ancaeus the wise helmsman spoke. "What new wonder is this? I know all isles and harbours and the windings of all the seas, and this should be Corcyra, where a few wild goatherds dwell. But whence come these new harbours and the vast works of polished stone?" But Jason said, "They can be no savage people. We will go in and take our chance." So they rowed into the harbour, among 1,000 black-beaked ships, each larger far than Argo, toward a quay of polished stone. And they wondered at that mighty city, with its roofs of burnished brass, and long and lofty walls of marble, with strong palisades above. And the quays were full of people, merchants and mariners and slaves, going to and fro with merchandise among the crowd of ships. And the heroes' hearts were humbled, and they looked at each other and said, "We thought ourselves a gallant crew when we sailed from Iolcos by the sea. But how small we look before this city, like an ant before a hive of bees." Then the sailors hailed them roughly from the quay. "What men are you? We want no strangers here, nor pirates. We keep our business to ourselves." But Jason answered gently, with many a flattering word, and praised their city and their harbor, and their fleet of gallant ships. "Surely you are the children of Poseidon, and the masters of the sea, and we are but poor wandering mariners, worn out with thirst and toil. Give us but food and water, and we will go on our voyage in peace." Then the sailors laughed and answered, "Stranger, you are no fool. You talk like an honest man, and you shall find us honest too. We are the children of Poseidon, and the masters of the sea. But come ashore to us, and you shall have the best that we can give." So they limped ashore, all stiff and weary, with long ragged beards and sunburnt cheeks, and garments torn and weather-stained, and weapons rusted with the spray, while the sailors laughed at them, for they were rough-tongued, though their hearts were frank and kind. And one said, "These fellows are but raw sailors. They look as if they had been seasick all the day." And another, "Their legs have grown crooked with much rowing, till they waddle in their walk like ducks." At that, Idas the rash would have struck them, but Jason held him back, till one of the merchant kings spoke to them, a tall and stately man. "Do not be angry, strangers. The sailor boys must have their jest, but we will treat you justly and kindly, for strangers and poor men come from God, and you seem no common sailors by your strength and height and weapons. Come up with me to the palace of Alcinous, a rich sea-going king, and we will feast you well and heartily, and after that you shall tell us your name." But Medea hung back, and trembled, and whispered in Jason's ear, "We are betrayed, and are going to our ruin, for I see my countrymen among the crowd, dark-eyed Colchi in steel mail-shirts, such as they wear in my father's land." "It is too late to turn," said Jason, and he spoke to the merchant king, "What country is this, good sir, and what is this new-built town?" "This is the land of the Phæaces, beloved by all the immortals, for they come hither and feast like friends with us, and sit by our side in the hall. Hither we came from Liburnia to escape the unrighteous Cyclops, for they robbed us, peaceful merchants, of our hard-earned wares and wealth. So Nausithous, the son of Poseidon, brought us hither, and died in peace, and now his son Alcinous rules us, and Arete, the wisest of queens." So they went up across the square, and wondered still more as they went, for along the quays lay in order great cables and yards and masts, before the fair temple of Poseidon, the blue-haired king of the seas. And round the square worked the shipwrights, as many in number as ants, twining ropes and hewing timber, and smoothing long yards and oars. And the Minoe went on in silence through clean white marble streets, till they came to the hall of Alcinous, and they wondered then still more, for the lofty palace shone aloft in the sun, with walls of plated brass, from the threshold to the innermost chamber, and the walls were of silver and gold. And on each side of the doorway sat living dogs of gold, who never grow old or died, so well Hephaestus had made them in his forges in smoking Lemnos, and gave them to Alcinous to guard his gates by night. And within, against the walls, stood thrones on either side, down the whole length of the hall, strewn with rich glossy shawls, and on them the merchant kings of those crafty sea-roving Phæaces sat eating and drinking in pride, and feasting there all the year round. And boys of molten gold stood each on a polished altar, and held torches in their hands, to give light all night to the guests. And round the house sat 50 maidservants, some grinding the meal in the mill, some turning the spindle, some weaving at the loom, while their hands twinkled as they passed the shuttle, like quivering aspen leaves. And outside before the palace a great garden was walled round, filled full of stately fruit trees, with olives and sweet figs and pomegranates, pears and apples, which bore the whole year round. For the rich southwest wind fed them, till pear grew ripe on pear, fig on fig, and grape on grape, all the winter and the spring. And at the further end, gay flower beds bloomed through all seasons of the year, and 2 fair fountains rose, and ran, one through the garden grounds, and one beneath the palace gate, to water all the town. Such noble gifts the heavens had given to Alcinous the wise. End of Section 21. Section 22 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 22, The Argonauts. Part 7, How the Argonauts Were Driven into the Unknown Sea, Part 2. So they went in, and saw him sitting like Poseidon on his throne, with his golden scepter by him, in garments stiff with gold, and in his hand a sculptured goblet, as he pledged the merchant kings. And beside him stood Arete, his wise and lovely queen, and leaned against a pillar as she spun her golden threads. Then Alcinous rose, and welcomed them, and bade them sit and eat, and the servants brought them tables, and bread, and meat, and wine. But Medea went on trembling toward Arete, the fair queen, and fell at her knees, and clasped them, and cried, weeping as she knelt, I am your guest, fair queen, and I entreat you by Zeus, from whom prayers come. Do not send me back to my father, to die some dreadful death, but let me go my way, and bear my burden. Have I not had enough of punishment and shame? Who are you, strange maiden, and what is the meaning of your prayer? I am Medea, daughter of Aeetes, and I saw my countrymen here today, and I know that they are come to find me, and take me home to die some dreadful death. Then Arete frowned, and said, Lead this girl in, my maidens, and let the kings decide, not I. And Alcinous leapt from his throne, and said, Speak, strangers, who are you, and who is this maiden? We are the heroes of the Minuai, said Jason, and this maiden has spoken truth. We are the men who took the golden fleece, the men whose fame has run round every shore. We came hither out of the ocean, after sorrows such as men never saw before. We went out many, and come back few, for many a noble comrade have we lost. So let us go, as you should let your guests go, in peace, that the world may say, Alcinous is a just king. But Alcinous frowned, and stood deep in thought, and at last he spoke. Had not the deed been done, which is done, I should have said this day to myself, It is an honour to Alcinous and to his children after him, that the far-famed Argonauts are his guests. But these Colchi are my guests, as you are, and for this month they have waited here with all their fleet, for they have hunted all the seas of Hellas, and could not find you, and dared neither go further, nor go home. Let them choose out their champions, and we will fight them man for man. No guest of ours shall fight upon our island, and if you go outside, they will outnumber you. I will do justice between you, for I know and do what is right. Then he turned to his kings, and said, This may stand over till tomorrow. Tonight we will feast our guests, and hear the story of all their wanderings, and how they came hither out of the ocean. So Alcinous bade his servants take the heroes in, and bathe them, and give them clothes. And they were glad when they saw the warm water, for it was long since they had bathed. And they washed off the sea salt from their limbs, and anointed themselves from head to foot with oil, and combed out their golden hair. Then they came back again into the hall, while the merchant kings rose up to do them honour. And each man said to his neighbour, No wonder that these men won fame. How they stand now like giants, or Titans, or immortals come down from Olympus, although many a winter has worn them, and many a fearful storm. What must they have been when they sailed from Iolcos in the bloom of their youth, long ago? Then they went out to the garden, and the merchant princes said, Heroes, run races with us. Let us see whose feet are nimblest. We cannot race against you, for our limbs are stiff from the sea, and we have lost our 2 swift comrades, the sons of the north wind. But do not think us cowards. If you wish to try our strength, we will shoot and box and wrestle against any men on earth. And Alcinous smiled and answered, I believe you, gallant guests. With your long limbs and broad shoulders, we could never match you here. For we care nothing here for boxing or for shooting with the bow. But for feasts and songs and harping and dancing and running races to stretch our limbs on shore. So they danced there, and ran races, the jolly merchant kings, till the night fell, and all went in. And then they ate and drank, and comforted their weary souls, till Alcinous called a herald, and bade him go and fetch the harper. The herald went out, and fetched the harper, and led him in by the hand, and Alcinous cut him a piece of meat from the fattest of the haunch, and sent it to him, and said, Sing to us, noble harper, and rejoice the heroes' hearts. So the harper played and sang, while the dancers danced strange figures, and after that the tumblers showed their tricks, till the heroes laughed again. Then, Tell me, heroes, asked Alcinous, you who have sailed the ocean round, and seen the manners of all nations, have you seen such dancers as ours here, or heard such music and such singing? We hold ours to be the best on earth. Such dancing we have never seen, said Orpheus, and your singer is a happy man, for Phoebus himself must have taught him, or else he is the son of a muse, as I am also, and have sung once or twice, though not so well as he. Sing to us then, noble stranger, said Alcinous, and we will give you precious gifts. So Orpheus took his magic harp, and sang to them a stirring song of their voyage from Iolcos, and their dangers, and how they won the golden fleece, and of Medea's love, and how she helped them, and went with them over land and sea, and of all their fearful dangers, from monsters, and rocks, and storms, till the heart of Arete was softened, and all the women wept. And the merchant kings rose up, each man from off his golden throne, and clasped his hands, and shouted, Hail to the noble Argonauts who sailed the unknown sea! Then he went on, and told their journey over the sluggish northern main, and through the shoreless outer ocean, to the fairy island of the west, and of the Sirens, and Scylla, and Charybdis, and all the wonders they had seen, till midnight passed, and the day dawned. But the kings never thought of sleep. Each man sat still and listened, with his chin upon his hand. And at last when Orpheus had ended, they all went thoughtful out, and the heroes lay down to sleep beneath the sounding porch outside, where Arete had strewn them rugs and carpets in the sweet still summer night. But Arete pleaded hard with her husband for Medea, for her heart was softened. And she said, The gods will punish her, not we. After all, she is our guest and my suppliant, and prayers are the daughters of Zeus. And who, too, dare part man and wife, after all they have endured together? And Alcinous smiled. The minstrel's song has charmed you, but I must remember what is right, for songs cannot alter justice, and I must be faithful to my name. Alcinous I am called, the man of sturdy sense, and Alcinous I will be. But for all that Arete besought him, till she won him round. So next morning he sent a herald, and called the kings into the square, and said, This is a puzzling matter. Remember but one thing. These Minuai live close by us, and we may meet them often on the seas. But Aietes lives far off, and we have only heard his name. Which, then, of the two is it safer to offend, the men near us, or the men far off? The princes laughed, and praised his wisdom, and Alcinous called the heroes to the square, and the Colchi also, and they came and stood opposite each other. But Medea stayed in the palace. Then Alcinous spoke. "Heroes of the Colchi, what is your errand about this lady?" "To carry her home with us, that she may die a shameful death. But if we return without her, we must die the death she should have died." "What say you to this, Jason the Aeolid?" said Alcinous, turning to the Minuai. "I say," said the cunning Jason, "that they are come here on a bootless errand. Do you think that you can make her follow you, heroes of the Colchi? Her who knows all spells and charms? She will cast away your ships on quicksands, or call down on you Brimo the wild huntress, or the chains will fall off from her wrists, and she will escape in her dragon car, or if not thus, some other way, for she has 1,000 plans and wiles. And why return home at all, brave heroes, and face the long seas again, and the Bosporus, and the stormy Euxine, and double all your toil? There is many a fair land round these coasts, which waits for gallant men like you. Better to settle there, and build a city, and let Aietes and Colchis help themselves." Then a murmur rose among the Colchi, and some cried, "He has spoken well," and some, "We have had enough of roving, we will sail the seas no more." And the chief said at last, "Be it so then. A plague she has been to us, and a plague to the house of her father, and a plague she will be to you. Take her, since you are no wiser, and we will sail away toward the north." Then Alcinous gave them food and water and garments, and rich presents of all sorts. And he gave the same to the Minuai, and sent them all away in peace. So Jason kept the dark witch maiden to breed him woe and shame. And the Colchi went northward into the Adriatic, and settled, and built towns along the shore. Then the heroes rowed away to the eastward, to reach Hellas, their beloved land. But a storm came down upon them, and swept them far away toward the south. And they rowed till they were spent with struggling, through the darkness and the blinding rain. But where they were they could not tell, and they gave up all hope of life. And at last they touched the ground, and when daylight came they waded to the shore, and saw nothing round but sand and desolate salt pools, for they had come to the quicksands of the Syrtis, and the dreary treeless flats which lie between Numidia and Cyrene on the burning shore of Africa. And there they wandered starving for many a weary day, ere they could launch their ship again and gain the open sea. And there Canthus was killed while he was trying to drive off sheep, by a stone which a herdsman threw. And there too Mopsus died, the seer who knew the voices of all birds. But he could not foretell his own end, for he was bitten in the foot by a snake, one of those which sprang from the Gorgon's head when Perseus carried it across the sands. At last they rowed away toward the northward, for many a weary day, till their water was spent and their food eaten, and they were worn out with hunger and thirst. But at last they saw a long, steep island, and a blue peak high among the clouds, and they knew it for the peak of Ida, and the famous island of Crete. And they said, "We will land in Crete, and see Minos the just king, and all his glory and his wealth. At least he will treat us hospitably, and let us fill our water-casks upon the shore." But when they came nearer to the island, they saw a wondrous sight upon the cliffs. For on a cape to the westward stood a giant, taller than any mountain pine, who glittered aloft against the sky like a tower of burnished brass. He turned and looked on all sides round him, till he saw the Argo and her crew. And when he saw them, he came toward them, more swiftly than the swiftest horse, leaping across the glens at a bound, and striding at one step from down to down. And when he came abreast of them, he brandished his arms up and down, as a ship hoists and lowers her yards, and shouted with his brazen throat like a trumpet from off the hills, "You are pirates! You are robbers! If you dare land here, you die!" Then the heroes said, "We are no pirates. We are all good men and true, and all we ask is food and water." But the giant cried the more, "You are robbers! You are pirates all! I know you! and if you land, you shall die the death." Then he waved his arms again as a signal, and they saw the people flying inland, driving their flocks before them, while a great flame arose among the hills. Then the giant ran up a valley and vanished, and the heroes lay on their oars in fear. But Medea stood watching all from under her steep black brows, with a cunning smile upon her lips, and a cunning plot within her heart. At last she spoke. "I know this giant. I heard of him in the East. Hephaestos the Fire King made him, in his forge in Etna beneath the earth, and called him Talus, and gave him to Minos for a servant, to guard the coast of Crete. Thrice a day he walks round the island, and never stops to sleep, and if strangers land, he leaps into his furnace, which flames there among the hills, and when he is red hot, he rushes on them, and burns them in his brazen hands." Then all the heroes cried, "What shall we do, wise Medea? We must have water, or we die of thirst. Flesh and blood we can face fairly, but who can face this red-hot brass?" "I can face red-hot brass, if the tale I hear be true, for they say that he has but one vein in all his body, filled with liquid fire, and that this vein is closed with a nail, but I know not where that nail is placed. But if I can get it once into these hands, you shall water your ship here in peace." Then she bade them put her on shore, and row off again, and wait what would befall. And the heroes obeyed her unwillingly, for they were ashamed to leave her so alone. But Jason said, "She is dearer to me than to any of you, yet I will trust her freely on shore. She has more plots than we can dream of, in the windings of that fair and cunning head." So they left the witch maiden on the shore, and she stood there in her beauty all alone, till the giant strode back red hot from head to heel, while the grass hissed and smoked beneath his tread. And when he saw the maiden alone, he stopped, and she looked boldly up into his face without moving, and began her magic song. "Life is short, though life is sweet, and even men of brass and fire must die. The brass must rust, the fire must cool, for time gnaws all things in their turn. Life is short, though life is sweet, but sweeter to live for ever. Sweeter to live ever youthful like the gods, who have ichor in their veins, ichor which gives life and youth and joy and a bounding heart." Then Talus said, "Who are you, strange maiden, and where is this ichor of youth?" Then Medea held up a flask of crystal, and said, "Here is the ichor of youth. I am Medea the enchantress. My sister Circe gave me this, and said, 'Go and reward Talus the faithful servant, for his fame is gone out into all lands. So come, and I will pour this into your veins, that you may live for ever young.'" And he listened to her false words, that simple Talus, and came near. And Medea said, "Dip yourself in the sea first, and cool off, lest you burn my tender hands, then show me where the nail in your vein is, that I may pour the ichor in." Then that simple Talus dipped himself in the sea, till it hissed and roared and smoked, and came and knelt before Medea, and showed her the secret nail. And she drew the nail out gently, but she poured no ichor in, and instead the liquid fire spouted forth, like a stream of red-hot iron, and Talus tried to leap up, crying, "You have betrayed me, false witch maiden!" But she lifted up her hands before him, and sang, till he sank beneath her spell. And as he sank, his brazen limbs clanked heavily, and the earth groaned beneath his weight, and the liquid fire ran from his heel like a stream of lava to the sea. And Medea laughed, and called to the heroes, "Come ashore, and water your ship in peace." So they came, and found the giant lying dead. And they fell down and kissed Medea's feet, and watered their ship, and took sheep and oxen, and so left that inhospitable shore. At last, after many more adventures, they came to the Cape of Malea, at the southwest point of the Peloponnese. And there they offered sacrifices, and Orpheus purged them from their guilt. Then they rowed away again to the northward, past the Laconian shore, and came all worn and tired by Sunium, and up the long Euboean Strait, until they once more saw Pelion, and Aphetai, and Iolcos by the sea. And they ran the ship ashore, but they had no strength left to haul her up the beach, and they crawled out on the pebbles, and sat down, and wept till they could weep no more. For the houses and the trees were all altered, and all the faces which they saw were strange. And their joy was swallowed up in sorrow, while they thought of their youth and all their labour, and the gallant comrades they had lost. And the people crowded around and asked them, Who are you, that you sit weeping there? We are the sons of your princes, who sailed out many a year ago. We went to fetch the golden fleece, and we have brought it, and grief therewith. Give us news of our fathers and our mothers, if any of them be left alive on earth. Then there was shouting and laughing and weeping, and all the kings came to the shore, and they led away the heroes to their homes, and bewailed the valiant dead. Then Jason went up with Medea to the palace of his uncle Peleus. And when he came in, Peleus sat by the hearth, crippled and blind with age, while opposite him sat Aeson, Jason's father, crippled and blind likewise, and the two old men's heads shook together, as they tried to warm themselves before the fire. And Jason fell down at his father's knees, and wept, and called him by his name. And the old man stretched his hands out, and felt him, and said, Do not mock me, young hero. My son Jason is dead long ago at sea. I am your own son Jason, whom you trusted to the Centaur upon Pelion, and I have brought home the golden fleece, and a princess of the sun's race for my bride. So now give me up the kingdom, Peleus my uncle, and fulfill your promise, as I have fulfilled mine. Then his father clung to him like a child, and wept, and would not let him go, and cried, Now I shall not go down lonely to my grave. Promise me never to leave me till I die. End of Section 22.
Section 23 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacki Horn. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 23. Chapter 10. Part 8. What was the end of the heroes? And now I wish that I could end my story pleasantly, but it is no fault of mine that I cannot. The old songs end it sadly, and I believe that they are right and wise. For though the heroes were purified at Malea, yet sacrifices cannot make bad hearts good, and Jason had taken a wicked wife, and he had to bear his burden to the last. And first she laid a cunning plot, to punish that poor old Peleus, instead of letting him die in peace. For she told his daughters, I can make old things young again. I will show you how easy it is to do. So she took an old ram and killed him, and put him in a cauldron with magic herbs, and whispered her spells over him, and he leapt out again, a young lamb. So that Medea's cauldron is a proverb still, by which we mean times of war and change, when the world has become old and feeble, and grows young again through bitter pains. Then she said to Peleus's daughters, Do to your father as I did to this ram, and he will grow young and strong again. But she only told them half the spell, so they failed, while Medea mocked them, and poor old Peleus died, and his daughters came to misery. But the songs say she cured Aeson, Jason's father, and he became young and strong again. But Jason could not love her, after all her cruel deeds. So he was ungrateful to her, and wronged her, and she revenged himself on him. And a terrible revenge she took, too terrible to speak of here. But you will hear of it yourselves when you grow up, for it has been sung in noble poetry and music, and whether it be true or not, it stands forever as a warning to us, not to seek for help from evil persons, or to gain good ends by evil means. For if we use an adder even against our enemies, it will turn again and sting us. But of all the other heroes there is many a brave tale left, which I have no space to tell you, so you must read them for yourselves. Of the hunting of the boar in Calydon, which Meleager killed, and of Heracles' 12 famous labors, and of the 7 who fought at Thebes, and of the noble love of Castor and Polydeuces, the twin Dioscoroi, how when one died the other would not live without him. So they shared their immortality between them, and Zeus changed them into the 2 twin stars, which never rise both at once. And what became of Chiron, the good immortal beast? That, too, is a sad story, for the heroes never saw him more. He was wounded by a poisoned arrow at Pholoc among the hills, when Heracles opened the fatal wine jar, which Chiron had warned him not to touch. And the centaurs smelt the wine and flocked to it, and fought for it with Heracles, but he killed them all with his poisoned arrows, and Chiron was left alone. Then Chiron took up one of the arrows and dropped it by chance upon his foot, and the poison ran like fire along his veins, and he lay down and longed to die, and cried, "Through wine I perish, the bane of all my race. Why should I live forever in this agony? Who will take my immortality that I may die?" Then Prometheus answered, the good Titan, whom Heracles had set free from Caucasus, "I will take your immortality and live forever, that I may help poor mortal men." So Chiron gave him his immortality, and died, and had rest from pain. And Heracles and Prometheus wept over him, and went to bury him on Pelion. But Zeus took him up among the stars, to live forever, grand and mild, low down in the far southern sky. And in time the heroes died, all but Nestor the silver-tongued old man, and left behind them valiant sons, but not so great as they had been. Yet their fame too lives till this day, for they fought at the 10-year siege of Troy, and their stories in the book which we call Homer, and 2 of the noblest songs on earth, the Iliad, which tells us of the siege of Troy and Achilles' quarrel with the kings, and the Odyssey, which tells the wanderings of Odysseus through many lands for many years, and how Alcinous sent him home at last, safe to Ithaca his beloved island, and to Penelope his faithful wife, and Telemachus his son, and Euphorbus the noble swineherd, and the old dog who licked his hand and died. End of section 23. Recording by Jacki Horn, Laytonsville, Maryland.
Section 24 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Drakaunus. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. The Giant Builder. Ages and ages ago, when the world was first made, the gods decided to build a beautiful city high above the heavens, the most glorious and wonderful city that was ever known. Asgard was to be its name, and it was to stand on Ida Plain under the shade of Yggdrasil, the great tree whose roots were underneath the earth. First of all, they built a house with a silver roof, where there were seats for all the 12 chiefs. In the midst, and high above the rest, was the wonder throne of Odin the All-Father, whence he could see everything that happened in the sky, or on the earth, or in the sea. Next, they made a fair house for Queen Frigg and her lovely daughters. Then they built a smithy, with its great hammers, tongs, anvils, and bellows, where the gods could work at their favorite trade, the making of beautiful things out of gold, which they did so well that folk named the time the Golden Age. Afterward, as they had more leisure, they built separate houses for all of Aesir, each more beautiful than the preceding, for, of course, they were continually growing more skillful. They saved Father Odin's palace until the last, for they meant this to be the largest and most splendid of all. Gladsheim, the home of joy, was the name of Odin's house, and it was built all of gold, set in the midst of a wood whereof the trees had leaves of ruddy gold, like an autumn gilded forest. For the safety of All-Father, it was surrounded by a roaring river and by a high picket fence, and there was a great courtyard within. The glory of Gladsheim was its wondrous hall, radiant with gold, the most lovely room that time has ever seen. Valhalla, the Hall of Heroes, was the name of it, and it was roofed with the mighty shields of warriors. The ceiling was made of interlacing spears, and there was a portal at the west end before which hung a great gray wolf, while over him a fierce eagle hovered. The hall was so huge that it had 540 gates, through each of which 800 men could march abreast. Indeed, there needed to be room, for this was the hall where every morning Odin received all the brave warriors who had died in battle on the earth below, and there were many heroes in those days. This was the reward which the gods gave to courage. When a hero had gloriously lost his life, the Valkyries, the 9 warrior daughters of Odin, brought his body up to Valhalla on their white horses that gallop the clouds. There they lived forever after in happiness, enjoying the things that they had most loved upon the earth. Every morning they armed themselves and went out to fight with one another in the great courtyard. It was a wondrous game, wondrously played. No matter how often a hero was killed, he became alive again in time to return perfectly well to Valhalla, where he ate a delicious breakfast with the Zizir, while the beautiful Valkyries who had first brought him thither waited at table and poured the blessed mead, which only the immortal taste. A happy life it was for the heroes, and a happy life for all who dwelt in Asgard, for this was before trouble had come among the gods, following the mischief of Loki. This is how the trouble began. From the beginning of time, the giants had been unfriendly to the Aesir, because the giants were older and huger, and more wicked. Besides, they were jealous because the good Aesir were fast gaining more wisdom and power than the giants had ever known. It was the Aesir who set the fair brother and sister, sun and moon, in the sky to give light to men. And it was they, also, who made the jeweled stars out of sparks from the place of fire. The giants hated the Aesir, and tried all in their power to injure them and the men of the earth below, whom the Aesir loved and cared for. The gods had already built a wall around Midgard, the world of men, to keep the giants out. Built it of the bushy eyebrows of Ymir, the oldest and hugest of giants. Between Asgard and the giants flowed Ifing, the great river on which ice never formed, and which the gods crossed on the Rainbow Bridge. But this was not protection enough. Their beautiful new city needed a fortress. So the word went forth in Asgard.
We must build us a fortress against the giants, the hugest, strongest, finest fortress that ever was built.
Now one day, soon after they had announced this decision, there came a mighty man stalking up the Rainbow Bridge that led to Asgard city. "Who goes there?" cried Heimdall the watchman, whose eyes were so keen that he could see for 100 miles around, and whose ears were so sharp that he could hear the grass growing in the meadow and the wool on the backs of the sheep. "Who goes there? No one can enter Asgard if I say no."
"I'm a builder,"
said the stranger, who was a huge fellow with sleeves rolled up to show the iron muscles of his arms.
"I'm a builder of strong towers, and I have heard that the folk of Asgard need one to help them raise a fair fortress in their city."
Heimdall looked at the stranger narrowly, for there was that about him which his sharp eyes did not like. But he made no answer, only blew on his golden horn, which was so loud that it sounded through all the world. At this signal, all of the Aesir came running to the Rainbow Bridge from wherever they happened to be to find out who was coming to Asgard, for it was Heimdall's duty ever to warn them of the approach of the unknown. "This fellow says he's a builder," quoth Heimdall, "and he would fain build us a fortress in the city."
"Aye, that I would,"
nodded the stranger.
"Look at my iron arm. Look at my broad back. Look at my shoulders. Am I not the workman you need?"
"Truly, he is a mighty figure,"
vowed Odin, looking at him approvingly.
"How long will it take you alone to build our fortress? We can allow but one stranger at a time within our city for safety's sake."
"In 3.5 years,"
replied the stranger,
"I will undertake to build for you a castle so strong that not even the giants, should they swarm hither over Midgard, not even they could enter without your leave."
"Aha!"
cried Father Odin, well pleased at this offer.
"And what reward do you ask, friend, for help so timely?"
The stranger hummed and hawed and pulled his long beard while he thought. Then he spoke suddenly, as if the idea had just come into his mind.
I will name my price, friends,
he said.
A small price for so great a deed. I ask you give me Freya for my wife, and those 2 sparkling jewels, the sun and moon.
At this demand the gods looked grave, for Freya was their dearest treasure. She was the most beautiful maid who ever lived, the light and life of heaven, and if she should leave Asgard, joy would go with her, while the sun and moon were the light and life of the Aesir's children, men who lived in the little world below. But Loki the Sly whispered that they would be safe enough if they made another condition on their part, so hard that the builder could not fulfill it. After thinking cautiously, he spoke for them all. "Mighty man," quoth he, "we are willing to agree to your price upon one condition. It is too long a time that you ask. We cannot wait 3.5 years for our castle. That is equal to 3 centuries when one is in a hurry. See that you finish the fort without help in 1 winter, 1 short winter, and you shall have fair Freya with the sun and the moon. But if, on that first day of summer, 1 stone is wanting to the walls, or if anyone has given you aid in the building, then your reward is lost, and you shall depart without payment." So spoke Loki, in the name of all the gods, but the plan was his own. At first the stranger shook his head and frowned, saying that in so short a time no one unaided could complete the undertaking. At last he made another offer.
"Let me have but my good horse to help me, and I will try,"
he urged.
"Let me bring the useful Svadilfuri with me to the task, and I will finish the work in 1 winter of short days, or lose my reward. Surely you will not deny me this little help from 1 4-footed friend?"
Then again the Aesir consulted, and the wiser of them were doubtful whether it were best to accept the stranger's offer so strangely made. But again Loki urged them to accept. "Surely there is no harm," he said. "Even with his old horse to help him, he cannot build the castle in promised time. We shall gain a fortress without trouble, and with never a price to pay." Loki was so eager that, although the other Aesir did not like this crafty way of making bargains, they finally consented. Then, in the presence of the heroes, with the Valkyries and the Mimer's head for witnesses, the stranger and the Aesir gave solemn promise that the bargain should be kept. On the first day of winter, the strange builder began his work, and wondrous was the way he set about it. His strength seemed as the strength of 100 men. As for his horse, Svadilfuri, he did more work by half than even the mighty builder. In the night he dragged the enormous rocks that were to be used in building the castle, rocks as big as mountains of the earth, while in the daytime the stranger piled them into place with his iron arms. The Aesir watched him with amazement. Never was seen such strength in Asgard. Neither Tyr the stout nor Thor the strong could match the power of the stranger. The gods began to look at one another uneasily. Who was this mighty one who had come among them, and what if after all he should win his reward? Freya trembled in her palace, and the sun and moon grew dim with fear. Still the work went on, and the fort was piling higher and higher, by day and by night. There were but 3 days left before the end of winter, and already the building was so tall and so strong that it was safe from the attacks of any giants. The Aesir were delighted with their fine new castle, but their pride was dimmed by the fear that it must be paid for at all too costly a price. For only the gateway remained to be completed, and unless the stranger should fail to finish that in the next 3 days, they must give him Freya with the sun and the moon. The Aesir held a meeting upon Ida Plain, a meeting full of fear and anger. At last they realized what they had done. They had made a bargain with one of the giants, their enemies, and if he won the prize, it would mean sorrow and darkness in heaven and upon earth.
"How did we happen to agree to so mad a bargain?"
they asked one another.
Who suggested the wicked plan which bids fair to cost us all that we most cherish?
Then they remember that it was Loki who had made the plan. It was he who had insisted that it be carried out, and they blamed him for all the trouble.
It is your counsels, Loki, that have brought this danger upon us,
quoth Father Odin, frowning.
You chose the way of guile, which is not our way. It now remains for you to help us by guile, if you can. But if you cannot save for us Freya and the sun and the moon, you shall die. This is my word.
All of the other Aesir agreed that this was just. Thor alone was away hunting evil demons at the other end of the world, so he did not know what was going on and what dangers were threatening Asgard. Loki was much frightened at the word of Allfather. "It was my fault," he cried. "But how was I to know that he was a giant? He had disguised himself so that he seemed but a strong man. And as for his horse, it looks much like that of other folk. If it were not for the horse, he could not finish the work. Ha! I have a thought. The builder shall not finish the gate. The giant shall not receive his payment. I will cheat the fellow." Now it was the last night of winter, and there remained but a few stones to put in place on the top of the wondrous gateway. The giant was sure of his prize, and chuckled to himself as he went out with his horse to drag the remaining stones. For he did not know that the Aesir had guessed at last who he was, and that Loki was plotting to outwit him. Hardly had he gone to work when out of the wood came running a pretty little mare, who neighed to Svadilfuri, as if inviting the tired horse to leave his work and come to the green fields for a holiday. Svadilfuri, you must remember, had been working hard all winter, with never a sight of four-footed creature of his kind, and he was very lonesome and tired of dragging stones. Giving a snort of disobedience, off he ran after this new friend toward the grassy meadows. Off went the giant after him, howling with rage and running for dear life, as he saw not only his horse, but his chance of success slipping out of reach. It was a mad chase, and all Asgard thundered with the noise of galloping hoofs and the giant's mighty tread. The mare who raced ahead was Loki in disguise, and he led Svadilfuri far out of reach to a hidden meadow that he knew, so that the giant howled and panted up and down all night long without catching even a sight of his horse. Now when the morning came, the gateway was still unfinished, and night and winter had ended at the same hour. The giant's time was over, and he had forfeited his reward. The Aesir came flocking to the gateway, and how they laughed and triumphed when they found 3 stones wanting to complete the gate.
"You have failed, fellow," judged Father Odin sternly, "and no price shall we pay for work that is still undone. You have failed. Leave Asgard quickly. We have seen all we want of you and your race."
Then the giant knew that he was discovered, and he was mad with rage.
"It was a trick,"
he bellowed, assuming his own proper form, which was huge as a mountain and towered high beside the fortress that he had built.
"It was a wicked trick. You shall pay for this in one way or another. I cannot tear down the castle which, ungrateful ones, I have built you, stronger than the strength of any giant, but I will demolish the rest of your shining city."
Indeed, he would have done so in his mighty rage, but at this moment Thor, whom Heimdall had called from the end of the earth by one blast of the golden horn, came rushing to the rescue, drawn in his chariot of goats. Thor jumped to the ground close beside the giant, and before that huge fellow knew what had happened, his head was rolling upon the ground at Father Odin's feet. For with one blow, Thor had put an end to the giant's wickedness and saved Asgard.
"This is the reward you deserve!" Thor cried. "Not Freya, nor the sun and moon, but the death that I have in store for all the enemies of the Aesir."
In this extraordinary way, the noble city of Asgard was made safe and complete by the addition of a fortress which no one, not even the giant who built it, could injure. It was so wonder-strong, but always at the top of the gate were lacking 3 great stones that no one was mighty enough to lift. This was a reminder to the Aesir that now they had the race of giants for their everlasting enemies. And though Loki's trick had saved them Freya, and for the world the sun and moon, it was the beginning of trouble in Asgard which lasted as long as Loki lived to make mischief with his guile. End of section 24. Recording by Drakaunus. The Real Basement Dwellers Podcast. WillWorkForMoney.net.
Section 25 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 25. How Odin Lost His Eye. In the beginning of things, before there was any world or sun, moon, and stars, there were the giants, for these were the oldest creatures that ever breathed. They lived in Jotunheim, the land of frost and darkness, and their hearts were evil. Next came the gods, the good Aesir, who made earth and sky and sea, and who dwelt in Asgard above the heavens. Then were created the queer little dwarfs, who lived underground in the caverns of the mountains, working at their mines of metal and precious stones. Last of all, the gods made men to dwell in Midgard, the good world that we know, between which and the glorious home of the Aesir stretched Bifrost, the bridge of rainbows. In those days, folk say, there was a mighty ash tree named Yggdrasil, so vast that its branches shaded the whole earth and stretched up into heaven where the Aesir dwelt, while its roots sank far down below the lowest depth. In the branches of the big ash tree lived a queer family of creatures. First, there was a great eagle who was wiser than any bird that ever lived, except the two ravens, Thought and Memory, who sat upon Father Odin's shoulders and told him the secrets which they learned in their flight over the wide world. Near the great eagle perched a hawk, and 4 antlered deer browsed among the buds of Yggdrasil. At the foot of the tree coiled a huge serpent, who was always gnawing hungrily at its roots, with a whole colony of little snakes to keep him company, so many that they could never be counted. The eagle at the top of the tree and the serpent at its foot were enemies, always saying hard things of each other. Between the two skipped up and down a little squirrel, a tale-bearer and a gossip, who repeated each unkind remark and, like the malicious neighbour that he was, kept their quarrel ever fresh and green. In one place at the roots of Yggdrasil was a fair fountain called the Urdar Well, where the 3 Norn maidens, who knew the past, present, and future, dwelt with their pets, the 2 white swans. This was magic water in the fountain, which the Norns sprinkled every day upon the giant tree to keep it green, water so sacred that everything which entered it became white as the film of an eggshell. Close beside this sacred well, the Aesir had their council hall, to which they galloped every morning over the Rainbow Bridge. But Father Odin, the king of all the Aesir, knew of another fountain more wonderful still. The 2 ravens whom he sent forth to bring him news had told him. This also was below the roots of Yggdrasil, in the spot where the sky and ocean met. Here, for centuries and centuries, the giant Mimer had sat keeping guard over his hidden well, in the bottom of which lay such a treasure of wisdom as was to be found nowhere else in the world. Every morning Mimer dipped his glittering horn into the fountain, and drew out a draught of the wondrous water, which he drank to make him wise. Every day he grew wiser and wiser, and as this had been going on ever since the beginning of things, you can scarcely imagine how wise Mimer was. Now it did not seem right to Father Odin that a giant should have all this wisdom to himself, for the giants were the enemies of the Aesir, and the wisdom which they had been hoarding for ages before the gods were made was generally used for evil purposes. Moreover, Odin longed and longed to become the wisest being in the world. So he resolved to win a draught from Mimer's well, if in any way that could be done. One night, when the sun had set behind the mountains of Midgard, Odin put on his broad-brimmed hat and his striped cloak, and taking his famous staff in his hand, trudged down the long bridge to where it ended by Mimer's secret grotto. "Good day, Mimer," said Odin, entering. "I have come for a drink from your well." The giant was sitting with his knees drawn up to his chin, his long white beard falling over his folded arms, and his head nodding, for Mimer was very old, and he often fell asleep while watching over his precious spring. He woke with a frown at Odin's words. "You want a drink from my well, do you?" he growled. "Hey, I let no one drink from my well." "Nevertheless, you must let me have a draught from your glittering horn," insisted Odin, "and I will pay you for it." "Ho, ho, ho! You will pay me for it, will you?" echoed Mimer, eyeing his visitor keenly. For now that he was wide awake, his wisdom taught him that this was no ordinary stranger. "What will you pay for a drink from my well, and why do you wish it so much?" "I can see with my eyes all that goes on in heaven and upon earth," said Odin, "but I cannot see into the depths of the ocean. I lack the hidden wisdom of the deep, the wit that lies at the bottom of your fountain. My ravens tell me many secrets, but I would know all. And as for payment, ask what you will, and I will pledge anything in return for the draught of wisdom." Then Mimer's keen glance grew keener. "You are Odin, of the race of gods," he cried. "We giants are centuries older than you, and our wisdom, which we have treasured during these ages, when we were the only creatures in all space, is a precious thing. If I grant you a draught from my well, you will become as one of us, a wise and dangerous enemy. It is a goodly price, Odin, which I shall demand for a boon so great." Now Odin was growing impatient for the sparkling water. "Ask your price," he frowned. "I have promised that I will pay." "What say you, then, to leaving one of those far-seeing eyes of yours at the bottom of my well?" asked Mimer, hoping that he would refuse the bargain. "This is the only payment I will take." Odin hesitated. It was indeed a heavy price, and one that he could ill afford, for he was proud of his noble beauty. But he glanced at the magic fountain bubbling mysteriously in the shadow, and he knew that he must have the draught. "Give me the glittering horn," he answered. I pledge you my eye for a draught to the brim." Very unwillingly, Mima filled the horn from the fountain of wisdom and handed it to Odin. "Drink then," he said. "Drink and grow wise. This hour is the beginning of trouble between your race and mine." And wise Mima foretold the truth. Odin thought merely of the wisdom which was to be his. He seized the horn eagerly and emptied it without delay. From that moment he became wiser than anyone else in the world except Mima himself. Now he had the price to pay, which was not so pleasant. When he went away from the grotto, he left at the bottom of the dark pool one of his fiery eyes, which twinkled and winked up through the magic depths like the reflection of a star. This is how Odin lost his eye, and why from that day he was careful to pull his grey hat low over his face when he wanted to pass unnoticed. For by this oddity folk could easily recognize the wise lord of Asgard. In the bright morning, when the sun rose over the mountains of Midgard, old Mima drank from his bubbly well a draught of the wise water that flowed over Odin's pledge. Doing so, from his underground grotto, he saw all that befell in heaven and on earth, so that he also was wiser by the bargain. Mima seemed to have secured rather the best of it, for he lost nothing that he could not spare, while Odin lost what no man can well part with, one of the good windows wherethrough his heart looks out upon the world. But there was a sequel to these doings which made the balance swing down in Odin's favour. Not long after this, the Æsir quarrelled with the Vanir, wild enemies of theirs, and there was a terrible battle. But in the end the two sides made peace, and to prove that they meant never to quarrel again, they exchanged hostages. The Vanir gave to the Æsir old Niord the rich, the lord of the sea and the ocean wind, with his two children, Frey and Freya. This was indeed a gracious gift, for Freya was the most beautiful maid in the world, and her twin brother was almost as fair. To the Vanir, in return, Father Odin gave his own brother, Hörnir, and with Hörnir he sent Mima the wise, whom he took from his lonely well. Now the Vanir made Hörnir their chief, thinking that he must be very wise, because he was the brother of great Odin, who had lately become famous for his wisdom. They did not know the secret of Mima's well, how the hoary old giant was far more wise than anyone who had not quaffed of the magic water. It is true that in the assemblies of the Vanir, Hörnir gave excellent counsel, but this was because Mima whispered in Hörnir's ear all the wisdom that he uttered. Witless Hörnir was quite helpless without his aid, and did not know what to do or say. Whenever Mima was absent, he would look nervous and frightened, and if folk questioned him, he always answered, "Yes, yes. Now go and consult someone else." Of course, the Vanir soon grew very angry at such silly answers from their chief, and presently they began to suspect the truth. "Odin has deceived us," they said. "He has sent us his foolish brother, with a witch to tell him what to say. Ha! We will show him that we understand the trick." So they cut off poor old Mima's head and sent it to Odin as a present. The tales do not say what Odin thought of the gift, Perhaps he was glad that now there was no one in the whole world who could be called so wise as himself. Perhaps he was sorry for the danger into which he had thrust a poor old giant, who had never done him any wrong, except to be a giant of the race which the Æsir hated. Perhaps he was a little ashamed of the trick which he had played the Vanir. Odin's new wisdom showed him how to prepare Mimer's head with herbs and charms, so that it stood up by itself quite naturally and seemed not dead. Thenceforth Odin kept it near him, and learned from it many useful secrets which it had not forgotten. So, in the end, Odin fared better than the unhappy Mimer, whose worst fault was that he knew more than most folk. That is a dangerous fault, as others have found, though it is not one for which many of us need fear being punished. End of section 25. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Section 26 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 26. The Quest of the Hammer. One morning, Thor the Thunderer awoke with a yawn, and stretching out his knotted arm, felt for his precious hammer, which he kept always under his pillow of clouds. But he started up with a roar of rage, so that all the palace trembled. The hammer was gone. Now this was a very serious matter, for Thor was the protector of Asgard, and Mjolnir, the magic hammer which the dwarf had made, was his mighty weapon, of which the enemies of the Æsir stood so much in dread that they dared not venture near. But if they should learn that Mjolnir was gone, who could tell what danger might not threaten the palaces of heaven? Thor darted his flashing eye into every corner of Cloudland in search of the hammer. He called his fair wife, Sif, of the golden hair, to aid in the search, and his two lovely daughters, Thrud and Laura. They hunted and they hunted. They turned through time upside down, and set the clouds to rolling wonderfully, as they peeped and pried behind and around and under each billowy mass. But Mjolnir was not to be found. Certainly someone had stolen it. Thor's yellow beard quivered with rage, and his hair bristled on end like the golden rays of a star, while all his household trembled. "It is Loki again!" he cried. "I am sure Loki is at the bottom of this mischief." For since the time when Thor had captured Loki for the dwarf Brock, and had given him over to have his bragging lips sewed up, Loki had looked at him with evil eyes, and Thor knew that the red rascal hated him most of all the gods. But this time Thor was mistaken. It was not Loki who had stolen the hammer. He was too great a coward for that. And though he meant, before the end, to be revenged upon Thor, he was waiting until a safe chance should come, when Thor himself might stumble into danger, and Loki need only to help the evil by a malicious word or two, and his chance come later, as you shall hear in another tale. Meanwhile, Loki was on his best behavior, trying to appear very kind and obliging. So when Thor came rumbling and roaring up to him, demanding, "What have you done with my hammer, you thief?" Loki looked surprised, but did not lose his temper, nor answer rudely. "Have you indeed missed your hammer, brother Thor?" he said, mumbling, for his mouth was still sore where Brock had sewed the stitches. "That is a pity, for if the giants hear of this, they will be coming to try their might against Asgard." "Hush!" muttered Thor, grasping him by the shoulder with his iron fingers. "That is what I fear. But look you, Loki, I suspect your hand in this mischief. Come, confess." Then Loki protested that he had nothing to do with so wicked a deed. "But," he added wheedlingly,
I think I can guess the thief, and because I love you, Thor, I will help you to find him." "Humph!" growled Thor. "Much love you bear to me. However, you are a wise rascal and nimblest wit of all the Æsir, and it is better to have you on my side than on the other, when giants are in the game. Tell me, then, who has robbed the Thunder Lord of his bolt of power?" Loki drew near and whispered in Thor's ear, "Look how the storms rage and the winds howl in the world below. Someone is wielding your thunder hammer all unskillfully. Can you not guess the thief? Who but Thrym, the mighty giant who has ever been your enemy and your imitator, and whose fingers have long itched to grasp the short handle of mighty Mjolnir, that the world may name him Thunder Lord instead of you. But look, what a tempest! The world will be shattered into fragments unless we soon get the hammer back." Then Thor roared with rage. "I will seek this impudent Thrym," he cried. "I will crush him to bits and teach him to meddle with the weapon of the Æsir." "Softly, softly," said Loki, smiling maliciously. "He is a shrewd giant and a mighty. Even you, great Thor, cannot go to him and pluck the hammer from his hand as one would slip the rattle from a baby's pink fist. Nay, you must use craft, Thor, and it is I who will teach you, if you will be patient." Thor was a brave, blunt fellow, and he hated the ways of Loki, his lies and his deceit. He liked best the way of warriors, the thundering charge, the flash of weapons, and the heavy blow, but without the hammer he could not fight the giants hand to hand. Loki's advice seemed wise, and he decided to leave the matter to the Red One. Loki was now all eagerness, for he loved difficulties which would set his wit in play and bring other folk into danger. "Look now," he said, "we must go to Freia and borrow her falcon dress. But you must ask, for she loves me so little that she would scarce listen to me." So first they made their way to Folkvang, the house of maidens, where Freia dwelt, the loveliest of all in Asgard. She was fairer than fair, and sweeter than sweet, and the tears from her flower eyes made the dew which blessed the earth flowers night and morning. Of her Thor borrowed the magic dress of feathers in which Freia was wont to clothe herself and flit like a giant beautiful bird all about the world. She was willing enough to lend it to Thor when he told her that by its aid he hoped to win back the hammer which he had lost, for she well knew the danger threatening herself and all the Æsir until Mjolnir should be found. "Now I will fetch the hammer for you," said Loki. So he put on the falcon plumage, and, spreading his brown wings, flapped away up, up over the world, down, down across the great ocean which lies beyond all things that men know. And he came to the dark country, where there was no sunshine nor spring, but it was always dreary winter, where mountains were piled up like blocks of ice, and where great caverns yawned hungrily in blackness. And this was Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants. And lo, when Loki came there too, he found Thrym the giant king, sitting outside his palace cave, playing with his dogs and horses. The dogs were as big as elephants, and the horses were as big as houses. But Thrym himself was as huge as a mountain, and Loki trembled, but he tried to seem brave. "Good day, Loki," said Thrym with a terrible voice, of which he was so proud, for he fancied it was as loud as Thor's. "How fares it, feathered one, with your little brothers, the Æsir, in Asgard halls? And how dare you venture alone in this guise to Giantland?" "It is an ill day in Asgard," sighed Loki, keeping his eye warily upon the giant, "and a stormy one in the world of men. I heard the winds howling and the storms rushing on the earth as I passed by. Some mighty one has stolen the hammer of our Thor. Is it you, Thrym, greatest of all giants, greater than Thor himself?" This the crafty one said to flatter Thrym, for Loki well knew the weakness of those who love to be thought greater than they are. Then Thrym bridled and swelled with pride, and tried to put on the majesty and awe of noble Thor, but he only succeeded in becoming an ugly, puffy monster. "Well, yes," he admitted, "I have the hammer that belonged to your little Thor. And now how much of a lord is he?" "Alack," sighed Loki again, "weak enough he is without his magic weapon. But you, O Thrym, surely your mightiness needs no such aid. Give me the hammer, that Asgard may no longer be shaken by Thor's grief for his precious toy." But Thrym was not so easily to be flattered into parting with his stolen treasure. He grinned a dreadful grin, several yards in width, which his teeth barred like jagged boulders across the entrance to a mountain cavern. "Mjolnir the hammer is mine," he said, "and I am Thunderlord, mightiest of the mighty. I have hidden it where Thor can never find it, 12 leagues below the sea caves, where Queen Ran lives and her daughters, the white-capped waves. But listen, Loki, go tell the Aesir that I will give back Thor's hammer. I will give it back on one condition, that they send Freya the Beautiful to be my wife." Freya the Beautiful! Loki had to stifle a laugh. Fancy the Aesir giving their fairest flower to such an ugly fellow as this! But he only said politely, "Ah, yes, you demand our Freya in exchange for the little hammer. It is a costly price, great Thrym. But I will be your friend in Asgard. If I have my way, you shall soon see the fairest bride in all the world knocking at your door. Farewell." So Loki whizzed back to Asgard on his falcon wings, and as he went he chuckled to think of the evils which were likely to happen because of his words with Thrym. First he gave the message to Thor, not sparing of Thrym's insolence to make Thor angry, and then he went to Freya with the word for her, not sparing of Thrym's ugliness to make her shudder. The spiteful fellow! Now you can imagine the horror that was in Asgard as the Aesir listened to Loki's words. "My hammer!" roared Thor. "The villain confesses that he has stolen my hammer, and boasts that he is Thunderlord. Grrr!" "The ugly giant!" wailed Freya. "Must I be the bride of that hideous old monster, and live in his gloomy mountain prison all my life?" "Yes, put on your bridal veil, sweet Freya," said Loki maliciously, "and come with me to Jotunheim. Hang your famous starry necklace about your neck, and don your bravest robe. For in 8 days there will be a wedding, and Thor's hammer is to pay." Then Freya fell to weeping. "I cannot go! I will not go!" she cried. "I will not leave the home of gladness and Father Odin's table to dwell in the land of horrors. Thor's hammer is mighty, but mightier the love of the kind Aesir for their little Freya. Good Odin, dear brother Frey, speak for me. You will not make me go." The Aesir looked at her and thought how lonely and bare would Asgard be without her loveliness, for she was fairer than fair, and sweeter than sweet. "She shall not go!" shouted Frey, putting his arms about his sister's neck. "No, she shall not go!" cried all the Aesir with one voice. "But my hammer!" insisted Thor. "I must have Mjolnir back again." "And my word to Thrym," said Loki. "That must be made good." "You are too generous with your words," said Odin sternly, for he knew his brother well. "Your word is not a gem of great price, for you have made it cheap." Then spoke Heimdall, the sleepless watchman who sits on guard at the entrance to the Rainbow Bridge which leads to Asgard. And Heimdall was the wisest of the Aesir, for he could see into the future and knew how things would come to pass. Through his golden teeth he spoke, for his teeth were all of gold. "I have a plan," he said. "Let us dress Thor himself like a bride in Freya's robes, and send him to Jotunheim to talk with Thrym and to win back his hammer." But at this word Thor grew very angry. "What? Dress me like a girl?" he roared. "I should never hear the last of it. The Aesir will mock me and call me maiden. The giants, and even the puny dwarfs, will have a lasting jest upon me. I will not go. I will fight. I will die if need be. But dressed as a woman, I will not go." But Loki answered him with sharp words, for this was a scheme after his own heart. "What, Thor," he said, "would you lose your hammer and keep Asgard in danger for so small a whim? Look, now, if you go not, Thrym with his giants will come in a mighty army and drive us from Asgard, and he will indeed make Freya his bride, and moreover, he will have you for his slave under the power of his hammer. How like you this picture, brother of the thunder? Nay, Heimdall's plan is a good one, and I myself will help to carry it out." Still Thor hesitated, but Freya came and laid her white hand on his arm, and looked up into his scowling face pleadingly. "To save me, Thor?" she begged, and Thor said he would go. Then there was great sport among the Æsir, while they dressed Thor like a beautiful maiden. Brunhilde and her sister, the 9 Valkyrie, daughters of Odin, had the task in hand. How they laughed as they brushed and curled his yellow hair, and set upon it the wondrous headdress of silk and pearls. They let out seams, and they let down hems, and set on extra pieces to make it larger, and so they hid his great limbs and knotted arms under Freya's fairest robes of scarlet. But beneath it all he would wear his shirt of mail and his belt of power that gave him double strength. Freya herself twisted about his neck her famous necklace of starry jewels, and Queen Frigg, his mother, hung at his girdle a jingling bunch of keys, such as that was the custom for the bride to wear at Norse weddings. Last of all, that Thrym might not see Thor's fierce eyes and the yellow beard that ill became a maiden, they threw over him a long veil of silver white, which covered him to the feet, and there he stood as stately and tall a bride as ever a giant might wish to see. But on his hands he wore his iron gloves, and they ached for but one thing, to grasp the handle of the stolen hammer. "Ah, what a lovely maid it is!" chuckled Loki. "And how glad will Thrym be to see this Freya come! Bright Thor, I will go with you as your handmaiden, for I would fain see the fun." "Come then," said Thor sulkily, for he was ill pleased, and wore his maiden robes with no good grace. "It is fitting that you go. I like not these lies and masking, and I may spoil the mummery without you at my elbow." There was loud laughter above the clouds when Thor, all veiled and dainty seeming, drove away from Asgard to his wedding, with maid Loki by his side. Thor cracked his whip and chirruped fiercely to his twin goats with golden hoofs, for he wanted to escape the sounds of mirth that echoed from the Rainbow Bridge, where all the Æsir stood watching. Loki, sitting with his hands meekly folded like a girl, chuckled as he glanced up at Thor's angry face, but he said nothing, for he knew it was not good to joke too far with Thor, even when Milönir was hidden 12 leagues below the sea in Ran's kingdom. So off they dashed to Jotunheim, where Thrym was waiting and longing for his beautiful bride. Thor's goats thundered along above the sea and land and people far below, who looked up wondering as the noise rolled overhead. "Hear how the thunder rumbles," they said. "Thor is on a long journey tonight." And a long journey it was, as the tired goats found before they reached the end. Thrym heard the sound of their approach, for his ear was eager. "Hola!" he cried. "Someone is coming from Asgard. Only one of Odin's children could make a din so fearful. Hasten, men, and see if they are bringing Freya to be my wife." Then the lookout giant stepped down from the top of his mountain, and said that a chariot was bringing 2 maidens to the door. "Run, giants, run!" shouted Thrym, in a fever at this news. "My bride is coming. Put silken cushions on the benches for a great banquet, and make the house beautiful for the fairest maid in all space. Bring in all my golden horned cows and my coal black oxen, that she might see how rich I am, and heap all my gold and jewels about to dazzle her sweet eyes. She shall find me richest of the rich, and when I have her, fairest of the fair, there will be no treasure that I lack, not one." The chariot stopped at the gate, and out stepped the tall bride, hidden from head to foot, and her handmaiden muffled to the chin. "How afraid of catching cold they must be," whispered the giant ladies, who were peering over one another's shoulders to catch a glimpse of the bride, just as the crowd outside the awning does at a wedding nowadays. Thrym had sent 6 splendid servants to escort the maidens. These were the Metal Kings, who served him as lord of them all. There was the Gold King, all in cloth of gold, with fringes of yellow bullion, most glittering to see. And there was the Silver King, almost as gorgeous, in a suit of spangled white. And side by side bowed the dark kings of iron and lead, the one mighty in black, the other sullen in blue. And after them were the Copper King, gleaming ruddy and brave, and the Tin King, strutting in his trimmings of gaudy tinsel, which looked nearly as well as silver, but were more economical. And this fine troop of lackey kings most politely led Thor and Loki into the palace, and gave them the best, for they never suspected who these seeming maidens really were. And when evening came, there was a wonderful banquet to celebrate the wedding. On a golden throne sat Thrym, uglier than ever in his finery of purple and gold. Beside him was the bride, of whose face no one had yet caught even a glimpse, and at Thrym's other hand stood Loki, the waiting maid, for he wanted to be near to mend the mistakes which Thor might make. Now the dishes at the feast were served in a huge way, as befitted the table of giants. Great beeves roasted whole, on platters as wide across as a ship's deck, plum puddings as fat as feather beds, with plums as big as footballs, and a wedding cake like a snow-capped haymow. The giants ate enormously, but to Thor, because they thought him a dainty maiden, they served small bits of everything on a tiny gold dish. Now Thor's long journey had made him very hungry, and through his veil he whispered to Loki, "I shall starve, Loki. I cannot fare on these nibbles. I must eat a goodly meal, as I do at home." And forthwith he helped himself to such morsels as might satisfy his hunger for a little time. You should have seen the giants stare at the meal which the dainty bride devoured. For first under the silver veil disappeared by pieces a whole roast ox. Then Thor made 8 mouthfuls of 8 pink salmon, a dish of which he was very fond. And next he looked about and reached for a platter of cakes and sweetmeats that was set aside on one end of the table for the lady guests, and the bride ate them all. You can fancy how the damsels drew down their mouths and looked at one another when they saw their dessert disappear, and they whispered about the table, "Alack, if our future mistress is to sup like this day by day, there will be poor cheer for the rest of us." And to crown it all, Thor was thirsty, as well he might be, and one after another he raised to his lips and emptied 3 great barrels of mead, the foamy drink of the giants. Then indeed Thrym was amazed, for Thor's giant appetite had beaten that of the giants themselves. "Never before saw I a bride so hungry," he cried, "and never before one half so thirsty." But Loki, the waiting maid, whispered to him softly, "The truth is, great Thrym, that my dear mistress was almost starved. For 8 days Freya has eaten nothing at all, so eager was she for Jotunheim." Then Thrym was delighted, you may be sure. He forgave his hungry bride, and loved her with all his heart. He leaned forward to give her a kiss, raising a corner of her veil, but his hand dropped suddenly, and he started up in terror, for he had caught the angry flash of Thor's eye, which was glaring at him through the bridal veil. Thor was longing for his hammer. "Why has Freya so sharp a look?" Thrym cried. "It pierces like lightning and burns like fire." But again the sly waiting maid whispered timidly, "Oh, Thrym, be not amazed. The truth is, my poor mistress's eyes are red with wakefulness and bright with longing. For 8 nights Freya has not known a wink of sleep, so eager was she for Jotunheim." Then again Thrym was doubly delighted, and he longed to call her his very own dear wife. "Bring in the wedding gift," he cried. "Bring in Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and give it to Freya, as I promised, for when I have kept my word, she will be mine, all mine." Then Thor's big heart laughed under his woman's dress, and his fierce eyes swept eagerly down the hall to meet the servant who was bringing in the hammer on a velvet cushion. Thor's fingers could hardly wait to clutch the stubby handle, which they knew so well, but he sat quite still on the throne beside the ugly old Thrym, and his hands meekly folded and his head bowed like a bashful bride. The giant servant drew nearer, nearer, puffing and blowing, strong though he was, beneath the mighty weight. He was about to lay it at Thor's feet, for he thought it so heavy that no maiden could lift it or hold it in her lap, when suddenly Thor's heart swelled, and he gave a most unmaidenly shout of rage and triumph. With one swoop he grasped the hammer in his iron fingers. With the other arm he tore off the veil that hid his terrible face, and trampled it under foot. Then he turned to the frightened king, who cowered beside him on the throne. "Thief!" he cried. "Freya sends you this as a wedding gift, and he whirled the hammer about his head, then hurled it once, twice, thrice, as it rebounded to his hand, and in the first stroke, as of lightning, Thrym rolled dead from his throne. In the second stroke perished the whole giant household, these ugly enemies of the Aesir, and in the third stroke the palace itself tumbled together and fell to the ground like a toppling playhouse of blocks. But Loki and Thor stood safely among the ruins, dressed in their tattered maiden robes, a quaint and curious sight, and Loki, full of mischief now as ever, burst out laughing. "Oh, Thor, if you could see," he began, but Thor held up his hammer and shook it gently as he said, "Look now, Loki, it was an excellent joke, and so far you have done well, after your crafty fashion, which likes me not. But now I have my hammer again, and the joke is done. From you, nor from another, I brook no laughter at my expense. Henceforth we will have no mention of this masquerade, nor of these rags which now I throw away. Do you hear red laughter?" And Loki heard, with a look of hate, and stifled his laughter as best he could, for it is not good to laugh at him who holds the hammer. Not once after that was there mention in Asgard of the time when Thor dressed him as a girl and won his bridal gift from Thrym the giant. But Mjolnir was safe once more in Asgard, and you and I know how it came there, so someone must have told. I wonder if Red Loki whispered the tale to some outsider after all. Perhaps it may be so, for now he knew how best to make Thor angry, and from that day when Thor forbade his laughing, Loki hated him with the mean little hatred of a mean little soul. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Myths Every Child Should Know, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 27. The Apples of Idun. Once upon a time, Odin, Loki, and Hela started on a journey. They had often travelled together before on all sorts of errands, for they had a great many things to look after, and more than once they had fallen into trouble through the prying, meddlesome, malicious spirit of Loki, who was never so happy as when he was doing wrong. When the gods went on a journey they travelled fast and hard, for they were strong, active spirits who loved nothing so much as hard work, hard blows, storm, peril, and struggle. There were no roads through the country over which they made their way, only high mountains to be climbed by rocky paths, deep valleys, into which the sun hardly looked during half the year, and swift rushing streams, cold as ice, and treacherous to the surest foot and the strongest arm. Not a bird flew through the air, not an animal sprang through the trees. It was as still as a desert. The gods walked on, getting more tired and hungry at every step. The sun was sinking low over the steep, pine-crested mountains, and the travellers had neither breakfasted nor dined. Even Odin was beginning to feel the pangs of hunger, like the most ordinary mortal, when suddenly, entering a little valley, the famished gods came upon a herd of cattle. It was the work of a minute to kill a great ox and to have the carcass swinging in a huge pot over a roaring fire. But never were gods so unlucky before. In spite of their hunger, the pot would not boil. They piled on the wood until the great flames crackled and licked the pot with their fiery tongues, but every time the cover was lifted there was the meat just as raw as when it was put in. It is easy to imagine that the travellers were not in very good humour. As they were talking about it, and wondering how it could be, a voice called out from the branches of the oak overhead, "If you will give me my fill, I'll make the pot boil." The gods looked first at each other and then into the tree, and there they discovered a great eagle. They were glad enough to get their supper on almost any terms, so they told the eagle he might have what he wanted if he would only get the meat cooked. The bird was as good as his word, and in less time than it takes to tell it, supper was ready. Then the eagle flew down and picked out both shoulders and both legs. This was a pretty large share, it must be confessed, and Loki, who was always angry when anybody got more than he, no sooner saw what the eagle had taken than he seized a great pole and began to beat the rapacious bird unmercifully. Whereupon a very singular thing happened, as singular things always used to happen when the gods were concerned. The pole stuck fast in the huge talons of the eagle at one end, and Loki stuck fast at the other end. Struggle as he might, he could not get loose, and as the great bird sailed away over the tops of the trees, Loki went pounding along on the ground, striking against rocks and branches until he was bruised half to death. The eagle was not an ordinary bird by any means, as Loki soon found when he begged for mercy. The giant Thias happened to be flying abroad in his eagle plumage when the hungry travellers came under the oak and tried to cook the ox. It was into his hands that Loki had fallen, and he was not to get away until he had promised to pay roundly for his freedom. If there was one thing which the gods prized above their other treasures in Asgard, it was the beautiful fruit of Idun, kept by the goddess in a golden casket and given to the gods to keep them forever young and fair. Without these apples all their power could not have kept them from getting old like the meanest of mortals. Without these apples of Idun, Asgard itself would have lost its charm. For what would heaven be without youth and beauty forever shining through it? Thias told Loki that he could not go unless he would promise to bring him the apples of Idun. Loki was wicked enough for anything, but when it came to robbing the gods of their immortality, even he hesitated. And while he hesitated, the eagle dashed hither and thither, flinging him against the sides of the mountains and dragging him through the great tough boughs of the oaks until his courage gave out entirely, and he promised to steal the apples out of Asgard and give them to the giant. Loki was bruised and sore enough when he got on his feet again to hate the giant who handled him so roughly with all his heart, but he was not unwilling to keep his promise to steal the apples, if only for the sake of tormenting the other gods. But how was it to be done? Idun guarded the golden fruit of immortality with sleepless watchfulness. No one ever touched it but herself, and a beautiful sight it was to see her fair hands spread it forth for the morning feasts in Asgard. The power which Loki possessed lay not so much in his own strength, although he had a smooth way of deceiving people, as in the goodness of others who had no thought of his doing wrong because they never did wrong themselves. Not long after all this happened, Loki came carelessly up to Idun as she was gathering her apples to put them away in the beautiful carven box which held them. "Good morning, goddess," said he. "How fair and golden your apples are." "Yes," answered Idun. "The bloom of youth keeps them always beautiful." "I never saw anything like them," continued Loki slowly, as if he were talking about a matter of no importance, "until the other day." Idun looked up at once with the greatest interest and curiosity in her face. She was very proud of her apples, and she knew no earthly trees, however large and fair, bore the immortal fruit. "Where have you seen any apples like them?" she asked. "Oh, just outside the gates," said Loki indifferently. "If you care to see them, I'll take you there. It will keep you but a moment. The tree is only a little way off." Idun was anxious to go at once. "Better take your apples with you, to compare them with the others," said the wily god, as she prepared to go. Idun gathered up the golden apples and went out of Asgard, carrying with her all that made it heaven. No sooner was she beyond the gates than a mighty rushing sound was heard, like the coming of a tempest, and before she could think or act, the giant Thias, in his eagle plumage, was bearing her swiftly away through the air to his desolate icy home in Thrymheim, where, after vainly trying to persuade her to let him eat the apples and be forever young like the gods, he kept her a lonely prisoner. Loki, after keeping his promise and delivering Idun into the hands of the giant, strayed back into Asgard as if nothing had happened. The next morning, when the gods assembled for their feast, there was no Idun. Day after day went past, and still the beautiful goddess did not come. Little by little the light of youth and beauty faded from the home of the gods, and they themselves became old and haggard. Their strong young faces were lined with care and furrowed by age, their raven locks passed from grey to white, and their flashing eyes became dim and hollow. Bragi, the god of poetry, could make no music while his beautiful wife was gone he knew not whither. Morning after morning the faded light broke on paler and ever paler faces, until even in heaven the eternal light of youth seemed to be going out forever. Finally the gods could bear the loss of power and joy no longer. They made rigorous inquiry. They tracked Loki on that fair morning when he led Idun beyond the gates. They seized him and brought him into solemn council, and when he read in their haggard faces the deadly hate which flamed in all their hearts against his treachery, his courage failed, and he promised to bring Idun back to Asgard if the goddess Freyja would lend him her falcon guise. No sooner said than done, and with eager gaze the gods watched him as he flew away, becoming at last only a dark moving speck against the sky. After long and weary flight Loki came to Thrymheim, and was glad enough to find Thias gone to sea and Idun alone in his dreary house. He changed her instantly into a nut, and taking her thus disguised in his talons, flew away as fast as his falcon wings could carry him. And he had need of all his speed, for Thias, coming suddenly home and finding Idun and her precious fruit gone, guessed what had happened, and, putting on his eagle plumage, flew forth in a mighty rage, with vengeance in his heart. Like the rushing wings of a tempest, his mighty pinions beat the air and bore him swiftly onward. From mountain peak to mountain peak he measured his wide course, almost grazing at times the murmuring pine forests, and then sweeping high in mid-air with nothing above but the arching sky, and nothing beneath but the tossing sea. At last he sees the falcon far ahead, and now his flight becomes like the flash of the lightning for swiftness, and like the rushing of clouds for uproar. The haggard faces of the gods line the walls of Asgard, and watch the race with tremulous eagerness. Youth and immortality are staked upon the winning of Loki. He is weary enough and frightened enough, too, as the eagle sweeps on close behind him. But he makes desperate efforts to widen the distance between them. Little by little the eagle gains on the falcon. The gods grow white with fear. They rush off and prepare great fires upon the walls. With fainting, drooping wing, the falcon passes over and drops exhausted by the wall. In an instant the fires have been lighted, and the great flames roar to heaven. The eagle sweeps across the fiery line a second later, and falls, maimed and burned, to the ground, where a dozen fierce hands smite the life out of him, and the great giant Thias perishes among his foes. Idun resumes her natural form as Bragi rushes to meet her. The gods crowd round her. She spreads the feast, the golden apples gleaming with unspeakable lustre in the eyes of the gods. They eat, and once more their faces glow with the beauty of immortal youth, their eyes flash with the radiance of divine power, and, while Idun stands like a star for beauty among the throng, the song of Bragi is heard once more. for poetry and immortality are wedded again. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Drakaunus. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Wright MABIE. The Death of Balder. There was one shadow which always fell over Asgard. Sometimes in the long years the gods almost forgot it. It lay so far off, like a dim cloud in a clear sky. But Odin saw it deepen and widen as he looked out into the universe, and he knew that the last great battle would surely come, when the gods themselves would be destroyed, and a long twilight would rest on all the worlds. And now the day was close at hand. Misfortunes never come singly to men, and they did not to the gods. Idun, the beautiful goddess of youth, whose apples were the joy of all Asgard, made a resting place for herself among the massive branches of Yggdrasil. And there every evening came Brage, and sang so sweetly that the birds stopped to listen, and even the Norns, those implacable sisters at the foot of the tree, were softened by the melody. But poetry cannot change the purposes of fate, and one evening no song was heard of Brage or birds. The leaves of the world tree hung withered and lifeless on the branches, and the fountain from which they had daily been sprinkled was dry at last. Idun had fallen into the dark valley of death, and when Brage, Heimdall, and Loki went to question her about the future, she could answer them only with tears. Brage would not leave his beautiful wife alone amid the dim shades that crowded the dreary valley, and so youth and genius vanished out of Asgard forever. Balder was the most godlike of all the gods, because he was the purest and the best. Wherever he went, his coming was like the coming of sunshine, and all the beauty of summer was but the shining of his face. When men's hearts were white like the light, and their lives clear as the day, it was because Balder was looking down upon them with those soft, clear eyes that were open windows to the soul of God. He had always lived in such a glow of brightness that no darkness had ever touched him. But one morning, after Idun and Brage had gone, Balder's face was sad and troubled. He walked slowly from room to room in his palace Breidablik, stainless as the sky when April showers have swept across it, because no impure thing had ever crossed the threshold, and his eyes were heavy with sorrow. In the night, terrible dreams had broken his sleep and made it a long torture. The air seemed to be full of awful changes for him and for all the gods. He knew in his soul that the shadow of the last great day was sweeping on. As he looked out and saw the worlds lying in light and beauty, the fields yellow with waving grain, the deep fjords flashing back the sunbeams from their clear depths, the verdure clothing the loftiest mountains, and knew that over all this darkness and desolation would come, with silence of reapers and birds, with fading of leaf and flower, a great sorrow fell on his heart. Balder could bear the burden no longer. He went out, called all the gods together, and told them the terrible dreams of the night. Every face was heavy with care. The death of Balder would be like the going out of the sun, and after a long, sad council, the gods resolved to protect him from harm by pledging all things to stand between him and any hurt. So Frigg, his mother, went forth and made everything promise, on a solemn oath, not to injure her son. Fire, iron, all kinds of metal, every sort of stone, trees, earth, diseases, birds, beasts, snakes, as the anxious mother went to them, solemnly pledged themselves that no harm should come near Balder. Everything promised, and Frigg thought that she had driven away the cloud. But fate was stronger than her love, and one little shrub had not sworn. Odin was not satisfied even with these precautions, for whichever way he looked, the shadow of a great sorrow spread over the worlds. He began to feel as if he were no longer the greatest of the gods. and he could almost hear the rough shouts of the frost giants, crowding the rainbow bridge on their way into Asgard. When trouble comes to men, it is hard to bear, but to a god who had so many worlds to guide and rule, it was a new and terrible thing. Odin thought and thought until he was weary, but no gleam of light could he find anywhere. It was thick darkness everywhere. At last he could bear the suspense no longer, and saddling his horse, he rode sadly out of Asgard to Niflheim, the home of Hel, whose face was as the face of death itself. As he drew near the gates, a monstrous dog came out and barked furiously. But Odin rode a little eastward of the shadowy gates to the grave of a wonderful prophetess. It was a cold, gloomy place, and the soul of the great god was pierced with a feeling of hopeless sorrow as he dismounted from Sleipnir and, bending over the grave, began to chant weird songs and weave magical charms over it. When he had spoken those wonderful words which could waken the dead from their sleep, there was an awful silence for a moment, and then a faint ghost-like voice came from the grave.
"Who art thou?"
it said.
"Who breaketh the silence of death, and calleth the sleeper out of her long slumbers? Ages ago I was laid at rest here. Snow and rain have fallen upon me through myriad years. Why dost thou disturb me?"
"I am Vegtam," answered Odin, "and I come to ask why the couches of hell are hung with gold and benches strewn with shining rings."
"It is done for Balder,"
answered the awful voice.
"Ask me no more."
Odin's heart sank when he heard these words, but he was determined to know the worst.
"I will ask thee until I know all. Who shall strike the fatal blow?"
"If I must, I must,"
moaned the prophetess.
"Hoder shall smite his brother Balder, and send him down to the dark home of hell. The mead is already brewed for Balder, and the despair draweth near."
Then Odin, looking into the future across the open grave, saw all the days to come.
"Who is this?"
he said, seeing that which no mortal could have seen.
"Who is this that will not weep for Balder?"
Then the prophetess knew that it was none other than the greatest of the gods who had called her up.
"Thou art not Vegtam," she exclaimed. "Thou art Odin himself, the king of men."
"And thou," answered Odin angrily, "art no prophetess, but the mother of 3 giants."
"Ride home, then, and exult in what thou hast discovered,"
said the dead woman.
"Never shall my slumbers be broken again until Loki shall burst his chains and the great battle come."
And Odin rode sadly homeward, knowing that already Niflheim was making itself beautiful against the coming of Balder. The other gods, meanwhile, had become merry again, for had not everything promised to protect their beloved Balder? They even made sport of that which troubled them, for when they found that nothing could hurt Balder, and that all things glanced aside from his shining form, they persuaded him to stand as a target for their weapons, hurling darts, spears, swords, and battle-axes at him, all of which went singing through the air and fell harmless at his feet. But Loki, when he saw these sports, was jealous of Balder, and went about thinking how he could destroy him. It happened that, as Frigg sat spinning in her house Fensel, the soft wind blowing in at the windows and bringing the merry shouts of the gods at play, an old woman entered and approached her.
"Do you know,"
asked the newcomer,
"what they are doing in Asgard? They are throwing all manner of dangerous weapons at Balder. He stands there like the sun for brightness, and against his glory spears and battle-axes fall powerless to the ground. Nothing can harm him."
"No," answered Frigg joyfully, "nothing can bring him any hurt, for I have made everything in heaven and earth swear to protect him."
"What?"
said the old woman.
"Has everything sworn to guard Balder?"
"Yes," said Frigg, "everything has sworn except one little shrub, which is called mistletoe, and grows on the eastern side of Valhall. I did not take an oath from that because I thought it too young and weak." When the old woman heard this, a strange light came into her eyes. She walked off much faster than she had come in, and no sooner had she passed beyond Frigg's sight than this same feeble old woman grew suddenly erect, shook off her woman's garments, and there stood Loki himself. In a moment he had reached the slope of East Valhall, had plucked a twig of the unsworn mistletoe, and was back in the circle of the gods, who were still at their favorite pastime with Balder. Hoder was standing silent and alone outside the noisy throng, for he was blind. Loki touched him.
Why do you not throw something at Balder?
Because I cannot see where Balder stands, and have nothing to throw if I could, replied Hoder.
If that is all, said Loki, come with me. I would give you something to throw, and direct your aim.
Hoder, thinking no evil, went with Loki, and did as he was told. The little sprig of mistletoe shot through the air, pierced the heart of Balder, and in a moment the beautiful god lay dead upon the field. A shadow rose out of the deep beyond the worlds and spread itself over heaven and earth, for the light of the universe had gone out. The gods could not speak for horror. They stood like statues for a moment, and then a hopeless wail burst from their lips. Tears fell like rain from eyes that had never wept before, for Balder, the joy of Asgard, had gone to Niflheim and left them desolate. But Odin was saddest of all, because he knew the future, and he knew that peace and light had fled from Asgard forever, and that the last day and the long night were hurrying on. Frigg could not give up her beautiful son, and when her grief had spent itself a little, she asked who would go to Hel and offer her a rich ransom if she would permit Balder to return to Asgard. I will go, said Hermod. Swift at the word of Odin, Sleipnir was led forth, and in an instant Hermod was galloping furiously away. Then the gods began with sorrowful hearts to make ready for Balder's funeral. When the once beautiful form had been arrayed in grave clothes, they carried it reverently down to the deep sea, which lay, calm as a summer afternoon, waiting for its precious burden. Close to the water's edge lay Balder's ringhorn, the greatest of all the ships that sailed the seas. But when the gods tried to launch it, they could not move it an inch. The great vessel creaked and groaned, but no one could push it down to the water. Odin walked about it with a sad face, and the gentle ripple of the little waves chasing each other over rocks seemed a mocking laugh to him.
Send to Jotunheim for Hirokin,
he said at last, and a messenger was soon flying for that mighty giantess. In a little time, Hirokin came riding swiftly on a wolf so large and fierce that he made the gods think of Fenrir. When the giantess had alighted, Odin ordered 4 berserkers of mighty strength to hold the wolf, but he struggled so angrily that they had to throw him on the ground before they could control him. Then Hirokin went to the prow of the ship, and with one mighty effort sent it far into the sea, the rollers underneath bursting into flame, and the whole earth trembling with the shock. Thor was so angry at the uproar that he would have killed the giantess on the spot if he had not been held back by the other gods. The great ship floated on the sea as she had often done before, when Balder, full of life and beauty, set all her sails and was borne joyfully across the tossing seas. Slowly and solemnly the dead god was carried on board, and as Nanna, his faithful wife, saw her husband borne for the last time from the earth, which he had made dear to her and beautiful to all men, her heart broke with sorrow, and they laid her beside Balder on the funeral pyre. Since the world began, no one had seen such a funeral. No bells tolled, no long procession of mourners moved across the hills. But all the worlds lay under a deep shadow, and from every quarter came those who had loved or feared Balder. There at the very water's edge stood Odin himself, the ravens flying about his head, and on his majestic face a gloom that no sun would ever lighten again. And there was Frigg, the desolate mother whose son had already gone so far that he would never come back to her. There was Frey, standing sad and stern in his chariot. There was Freya, the goddess of love, from whose eyes fell a shining rain of tears. There, too, was Heimdall on his horse Goldtop, and around all these glorious ones from Asgard crowded the children of Jotunheim, grim mountain giants seamed with scars from Thor's hammer, and frost giants who saw in the death of Balder the coming of that long winter in which they should reign through all the worlds. A deep hush fell on all created things, and every eye was fixed on the great ship riding near the shore, and on the funeral pyre, rising from the deck, crowned with the forms of Balder and Nanna. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed over the water. The pile had been kindled, and the flames, creeping slowly at first, climbed faster and faster until they met over the dead and rose skyward. A lurid light filled the heavens and shone on the sea, and in the brightness of it the gods looked pale and sad, and the circle of giants grew darker and more portentous. Thor struck the fast-burning pyre with his consecrating hammer, and Odin cast into it the wonderful ring Draupnir. Higher and higher leaped the flames. More and more desolate grew the scene. At last they began to sink. The funeral pyre was consumed. Balder had vanished forever. The summer was ended, and winter waited at the doors. Meanwhile, Hermod was riding hard and fast on his gloomy errand. 9 days and nights he rode through valleys so deep and dark that he could not see his horse. Stillness and blackness and solitude were his only companions until he came to the golden bridge which crosses the river Gol. The good horse Sleipnir, who had carried Odin on so many strange journeys, had never traveled such a road before, and his hoofs rang drearily as he stopped short at the bridge, for in front of him stood its porter, the gigantic Modgud.
"Who are you?"
she asked, fixing her piercing eyes on Hermod.
"What is your name and parentage? Yesterday 5 bands of dead men rode across the bridge, and beneath them all it did not shake as under your single tread. There is no color of death in your face. Why ride you hither, the living among the dead?"
"I come," said Hermod, "to seek for Balder. Have you seen him pass this way?"
"He has already crossed the bridge and taken his journey northward to Hel."
Then Hermod rode slowly across the bridge that spans the abyss between life and death, and found his way at last to the barred gates of Hel's dreadful home. There he sprang to the ground, tightened the girths, remounted, drove the spurs deep into the horse, and Sleipnir, with a mighty leap, cleared the wall. Hermod rode straight to the gloomy palace, dismounted, entered, and in a moment was face to face with the terrible queen of the kingdom of the dead. Beside her, on a beautiful throne, sat Balder, pale and wan, crowned with a withered wreath of flowers, and close at hand was Nanna, pallid as her husband, for whom she had died. And all night long, while ghostly forms wandered restless and sleepless through Helheim, Hermod talked with Balder and Nanna. There is no record of what they said, but the talk was sad enough, doubtless, and ran like a still stream among the happy days in Asgard, when Balder's smile was morning over the earth, and the sight of his face the summer of the world. When the morning came, faint and dim, through the dusky palace, Hermod sought Hel, who received him as cold and stern as fate. "Your kingdom is full, O Hel," he said, "and without Balder, Asgard is empty. Send him back to us once more, for there is sadness in every heart, and tears are in every eye. Through heaven and earth all things weep for him."
"If that is true,"
was the slow, icy answer,
"if every created thing weeps for Balder, he shall return to Asgard. But if one eye is dry, he remains henceforth in Helheim."
Then Hermod rode swiftly away, and the decree of Hel was soon told in Asgard. Through all the worlds the gods sent messengers to say that all who loved Balder should weep for his return. And everywhere tears fell like rain. There was weeping in Asgard, and in all the earth there was nothing that did not weep. Men and women and little children, missing the light that had once fallen into their hearts and homes, sobbed with bitter grief. The birds of the air, who had sung carols of joy at the gates of the morning since time began, were full of sorrow. The beasts of the fields crouched and moaned in their desolation. The great trees that had put on their robes of green at Balder's command sighed as the wind wailed through them, and the sweet flowers that waited for Balder's footstep and sprang up in all the fields to greet him hung their frail blossoms and wept bitterly for the love and the warmth and the light that had gone out. Throughout the whole earth there was nothing but weeping, and the sound of it was like the wailing of those storms in autumn that weep for the dead summer as its withered leaves drop one by one from the trees. The messengers of the gods went gladly back to Asgard, for everything had wept for Balder, but as they journeyed they came upon a giantess called Thok, and her eyes were dry. "Weep for Balder," they said.
"With dry eyes only will I weep for Balder," she answered. "Dead or alive, he never gave me gladness. Let him stay in Helheim."
When she had spoken these words, a terrible laugh broke from her lips, and the messengers looked at each other with pallid faces, for they knew it was the voice of Loki. Balder never came back to Asgard, and the shadows deepened over all things, for the night of death was fast coming on. End of section 28. Recording by Drakaunus, the Real Basement Dwellers podcast. WillWorkForMoney.net.
Section 29 of Myths Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Wright MABIE. Section 29. The Star and the Lily. An old chieftain sat in his wigwam, quietly smoking his favorite pipe, when a crowd of Indian boys and girls suddenly entered, and, with numerous offerings of tobacco, begged him to tell them a story, and he did so. There was once a time when this world was filled with happy people, when all the nations were as one, and the crimson tide of war had not begun to roll. Plenty of game was in the forest and on the plains. None were in want, for a full supply was at hand. Sickness was unknown. The beasts of the field were tame. They came and went at the bidding of man. One unending spring gave no place for winter, for its cold blasts or its unhealthy chills. Every tree and bush yielded fruit. Flowers carpeted the earth. The air was laden with their fragrance, and redolent with the songs of wedded warblers that flew from branch to branch, fearing none, for there were none to harm them. There were birds then of more beautiful song and plumage than now. It was at such a time, when the earth was a paradise and man worthily its possessor, that the Indians were lone inhabitants of the American wilderness. They numbered millions, and, living as nature designed them to live, enjoyed its many blessings. Instead of amusements in closed rooms, the sport of the field was theirs. At night they met on the wide green, beneath the heavenly worlds. They watched the stars. They loved to gaze at them, for they believed them to be the residents of the good, who had been taken home by the Great Spirit. One night they saw one star that shone brighter than all the others. Its location was far away in the south, near a mountain peak. For many nights it was seen, till at length it was doubted by many that the star was as far distant in the southern skies as it seemed to be. This doubt led to an examination, which proved the star to be only a short distance away, and near the tops of some trees. A number of warriors were deputed to go and see what it was. They went, and on their return said it appeared strange, and somewhat like a bird. A committee of the wise men were called to inquire too, and if possible, to ascertain the meaning of the strange phenomenon. They feared that it might be the omen of some disaster. Some thought it a precursor of good, others of evil, and some supposed it to be the star spoken of their forefathers as the forerunner of a dreadful war. 1 moon had nearly gone by, and yet the mystery remained unsolved. One night a young warrior had a dream in which a beautiful maiden came and stood at his side and thus addressed him: "Young brave, charmed with the land of my forefathers, its flowers, its birds, its rivers, its beautiful lakes, and its mountains clothed with green, I have left my sisters in yonder world to dwell among you. Young brave, ask your wise and great men where I can live and see the happy race continually. Ask them what form I shall assume in order to be loved." The young man awoke. On stepping out of his lodge, he saw the star yet blazing in its accustomed place. At early dawn, the chief's crier was sent round the camp to call every warrior to the council lodge. When they had met, the young warrior related his dream. They concluded that the star that had been seen in the south had fallen in love with mankind, and that it was desirous to dwell with them. The next night 5 tall, noble-looking, adventurous braves were sent to welcome the stranger to earth. They went and presented to it a pipe of peace filled with sweet-scented herbs, and were rejoiced that it took it from them. As they returned to the village, the star, with expanded wings, followed and hovered over their homes till the dawn of the day. Again it came to the young man in a dream and desired to know where it should live and what form it should take. Places were named on the top of giant trees or in flowers. At length it was told to choose a place itself, and it did so. At first it dwelt in the white rose of the mountains, but there it was so buried it could not be seen. It went to the prairie, but it feared the hoof of the buffalo. It next sought the rocky cliff, but it was so high that the children, whom loved it most, could not see it. "I know where I shall live," said the bright fugitive, "where I can see the gliding canoe of the race I most admire. Children, yes, they shall be my playmates, and I will kiss their slumber by the side of the cool lakes. The nation shall love me wherever I am." These words having been said, she alighted on the waters, where she saw herself reflected. The next morning thousands of white flowers were seen on the surface of the lakes, and the Indians gave them this name: Wabigoonee, white flower. This star lived in the southern skies. Her brethren can be seen far off in the cold north, hunting the great bear, whilst her sisters watch her in the east and west. Children, when you see the lily on the waters, take it into your hands and hold it to the skies, that it may be happy on earth, as its 2 sisters, the morning and evening stars, are happy in heaven. End of section 29. The Star and the Lily. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. sarahpartial.blogspot.com. End of Myths Every Child Should Know. Edited by Wright MABIE.